Debbie, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Brockett.
Present.
Friend.
Here.
Joseph. I see. Nagel.
Here.
Swetlick.
Here.
Wallach.
Here.
Weaver.
Here.
Yates.
Present.
Young.
Present.
There we have a quorum.
Very good. Thank you very much. So one thing we need to do to begin the meeting is to amend the agenda. The item that we need to add is item 6A, which is calling special meetings for July 28th, which is a study session we're going to turn into a special meeting to hear a call up, and August 11th. So if I could get a motion to add item 6A.
So moved.
Second.
Very good. Anyone have any objections to adding this? If not, we'll say that that passes unanimously. Thank you all very much. We'll add item 6A. The next item is declaration in recognition of Juneteenth, and Councilmember Young is going to give that.
Thank you, Sam. So you all see my background. The title of that background is La Lucha, which means the struggle. And it is to honor DACA recipients. And in this case, though, I just wanted to mention that the same forces at play in the United States that have managed to keep minorities, but especially African Americans and indigenous people in the margins, have been at play in Latin America as well. The context is a little different, as most Latin American countries have developed a mestizo national identity, but it's still there. And members of the African American diaspora in Mexico, for example, did not get recognition until this year's census. So Latinos need to engage in self-reflection on the ways anti-Blackness shows up in our families and communities so that we're not complicit. So with that, I will start out with observing Juneteenth, Independence Day, June 19th, 1865, the day on which slavery finally came to an end in the United States. President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, issued on January 1st, 1863. Yet, news of the end of slavery did not reach the frontier areas of the United States, and in particular the southwestern states, for 2.5 years. On June 19th, 1865, Union soldiers, led by Major General Gordon Granger, arrived in Galveston, Texas, with the news that the Civil War had ended and that the enslaved were free. As such, African Americans who had been slaves in the Southwest celebrated June 19, commonly known as Juneteenth, Independence Day, as inspiration and encouragement for future generations. For more than 145 years, African Americans, particularly those from the Southwest, continue the tradition of observing Juneteenth, Independence Day. Celebrations across the United States are held to honor African American freedom while encouraging self-development and respect for all cultures. Today, the faith and strength of character demonstrated by former slaves and their descendants remain an example for all people of the United States, regardless of background, religion, or race. The late Lula Briggs Galloway of Saginaw, Michigan, author, social activist, curator of African American history, was the originator of the interim Juneteenth Creative Culture Center and Museum in Saginaw, Michigan. Galloway successfully worked to bring national recognition to Juneteenth Independence Day and encouraged the United States Senate and the United States House of Representatives to pass a resolution in 1997 in honor of that day. The City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, acknowledges the historical significance of Juneteenth Independence Day to the United States. supports the continued nationwide celebration of Juneteenth Independence Day to provide an opportunity for the people of the United States to learn more about the past and to better understand the experiences that have shaped the United States. Recognizes that the observance of the end of slavery is a part of the history and heritage of the United States, and encourages people to join communities of color in celebration and solidarity, and urging our residents to actively raise their own awareness of the significance of this celebration in African American history and in the heritage of our nation and city.
Great. Thank you, Mary, for that. Much appreciated. Next on our agenda, we would normally have open comment, but we're going to have Sarah Huntley jump in here and give an explanation for the meeting process because this is kind of a new format and we want to make sure that everybody gets a short tutorial. So Sarah, if you're ready.
Thank you, Sam. Good evening, Council and members of the community who are listening into this meeting tonight. My name is Sarah Huntley. I'm the Director of Communication and Engagement. And first, I want to apologize because it seems like we had an email glitch when the clerk's office sent out the link to everybody who has signed up to speak. It looks like most folks are coming into the meeting now, so we're glad you're here and we apologize for the issue. I'm not sure if it went to spam, but we will troubleshoot it for the next time. We have quite a few people signed up to speak tonight. We have 19 people on our open comment, which is a reminder is for anything that's not on the agenda. And then we have I believe it is nearly 50 people, 46 people signed up to talk about the CU South Boulder Creek flood mitigation discussion item. So the way this is going to work tonight is you're in webinar. So if you're a member of the community, you are available you will be allowed to speak at the times that we are in the public participation portions of this meeting. So if you signed up for open comment, we will open up your microphones one by one for you to give audio testimony to council when we call on your name. The mayor will call on the person who's up next to speak, as well as 2 people down the list, just so you can kind of queue up virtually, just as you would in the live council meeting. Before you can unmute, we need to switch you over to being allowed to speak. So it usually takes a second or 2, so we'd ask for your patience. Then likewise, when we get to the public hearing, we will also run down the list of names. The clerk's office has posted both of these lists on the council documents webpage. If you just want peace of mind to know that you're on the list, you can go and look and see who else is on the list this evening. We're also going to use the Q&A box for you to be able to reach me as the Zoom host moderator. In case you have technical questions or are not really sure when it's going to be your turn to speak, I may be able to help you because it's very hard to see where you are in the queue in this particular format. We do have a few council rules that we have put into place, council has adopted, and I'm going to just quickly go over those by sharing my screen. Bear with me for one moment, please. Wrong screen. Okay, so we have learned in Zoom that there's almost always some technical thing that happens. So the rule slides are not pulling up here for me tonight. So I'm just going to quickly go through the rules verbally if I could, so I'm not taking up more time for the meeting. This meeting has been called to conduct the business of the City of Boulder. So activities that disrupt, delay, or otherwise interfere with the meeting are prohibited. We're going to have limited time for speaking and asking questions. I just went over that. We did require people to sign up, and you're able to see this meeting tonight because you got a link to be able to watch it. If you're only observing and you're not signed up to speak, we really ask that you watch this on Channel 8 on the city website or on the YouTube channel for council meetings because we are broadcasting live. Each person needs to register to speak using their real name because we required registration. That shouldn't be a problem this evening. No video will be permitted except for city officials, employees, and invited speakers, presenters. So you will be testifying through audio when it comes your turn to speak. The person presiding at this meeting shall enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates any rule. As I said, we're going to use the Q&A box for technical purposes and questions only. Please do not write your opinion about the issues that are being discussed. We don't want to create another record. The panelists are not looking at the Q&A, and it is not equitable to people who are calling in on the phone because they don't get to see those comments. And so we're not going to use any of the tools that are in Zoom for commentary. We're going to use verbal testimony for commentary. And then only the hosts and individuals designated by the host will be permitted to share their screen during this meeting. Apologize again that I couldn't get the slide to play up, to show up on the screen, but I think that covers the rules that we have this evening. And I think, Sam, you can go ahead. We do have a couple people who have questions about why your banner says June 19th instead of June 16th. So I think I'll just refer to the declaration that Mary Young just talked about Juneteenth Day, that June 19th, 1865 is in honor of Juneteenth. The meeting today obviously is June 16th. So I thought I would just clarify that because a few people were puzzled and maybe they missed the declaration.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Sarah. And thanks for everyone in the public for the forbearance with our technical issues as we work through the adjustments we've had to make. So now we're moving on to open comment. And the people we have, so the second commenter is Sue Prant, and she is withdrawn. So our first three folks will be Todd Conklin Jr., Sophia Pelicanos, and Sean Ray Pasalacqua. And we'll start with Todd. Todd, you're up.
Please bear with me while I find Todd in the queue here. Okay, Todd, you're queued up. You may need to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. My name is Todd Conklin, and I'm a member of the Police Oversight Task Force. The recent events that have taken place across this country show that every city and state must do everything within their power to reform their police departments. The Police Oversight Task Force has been working to build oversight institutions that will ensure equality and justice. And though we continue forward with our work as minorities, as community members, and as those fortunate enough to be at the center of police reform in this city, we know that many more steps need to be taken in order to reform the Boulder Police Department. We have arrived at a unique moment in the history of this country. Reforms that were once regarded as impossible are now well within our grasp. The people of this country, the people of this community, are all united in calling for transformative change in policing. Currently, the scope of the task force has been focused on creating oversight institutions for the Boulder Police Department. But these efforts alone will not ensure justice in this community. We are proud of our work, but much deeper reforms must be accomplished. Because of that realization, we as a task force request that City Council expand the mandate of this task force so that we may pursue broader reforms that will ensure justice, equality, and safety in this community. The community must have a voice in pursuing these reforms, and this task force is made up of highly dedicated community members who have worked successfully for over a year to bring change to this community. If Council does assent to expanding the mandate of this task force, we will create a strategic plan to bring transformative reform in a moment when it is needed most. We stand ready to accomplish this task, and we hope to have the support of this Council as we move towards a brighter future, one that ensures justice for those who are tired of waiting for it. Thank you.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mary.
Yeah, Todd, what is your thinking around giving that task to the Oversight Board, who will also have policy recommendations?
Yes, so thank you for your question. And what we've been discussing as a task force is that our current work revolves around, we're reforming the internal investigation procedure of the Boulder Police Department right now, and we've been doing that for the past year, and we're creating a community oversight panel so the community can have a voice in the way that they're policed in this city. And seeing the events that have taken place across this country, we feel that there is a need for broader reform, And so far, those conversations among task force members, we've been talking about things like we need to look into the use of no-knock warrants. We need to, look into use of force reviews and things along those lines. And we feel that because we have been working on these issues for so long, that we could lend a hand in assisting with them. And some of my other task force colleagues will be speaking tonight as well.
Thank you, Todd.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes. Next, we have Sophia Pelicanos, Sean Ray Pasalacqua, and Shannon Page Kinney. Sophia, you're up.
Okay, Sophia, you're in the queue.
Great, thank you. Hello, y'all. My name is Sophia Pelicanos. I'm a part of the Police Oversight Task Force, along with Todd and Sean Ray, who are here with me as well. I just wanted to do a quick acknowledgement that we are on occupied land, and I honor the people who rightfully belong to this land. So part of why I wanted to come up here today was to talk about, things that greatly affect our community, friends of mine, people that we should care deeply about who have been asking, saying loudly, screaming that they would like safety in our community and they would like to feel valued. So I'm going to tell you a short story of something that happened to me yesterday. I went into the grocery store. On my way out, there was a person there who's keeping track of sanitation as well as the count of people in the store. They stopped a Black couple that was coming into the store and asked them to wait out of the way while I exited. This was such a shocking event for both the couple and myself who were involved. It reminded me of how we perpetuate white privilege in Boulder on a regular basis. Why am I bringing this story up right now? Because the police also have these biases that they live out every day. But the problem is they also have power, authority, and carry lethal weapons. I support police training, which is a really popular thing to support because it's not politically challenging in any way. But I also support removing police from situations that Black and brown communities could benefit from other community safety programs and specialists. I also support police carrying less weapons. I support police having less authority and power to uphold whiteness. So for all these reasons, I also ask that the Oversight Task Force be given a new mandate which allows us to help the Boulder Police with police reform. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. We have Sean Ray, Shannon Page Kinney, and RJ Boyle. Sean Ray, you're up.
Sean, you're queued up.
Wonderful, thank you. So I want to begin. I'm Sean Ray Pasalacqua. Personally, I'm exhausted. I've been fighting for decades. I've been fighting every day for the last 3 weeks. I'm mourning the loss of Black lives, especially the 88 Black people who've been killed by police since the beginning of 2020. I would like to read a statement from a Boulder community member, Sarah Farty, who sent in a letter stating, "Dear Council, I'm writing to discuss police reform in Boulder following last week's discussion. I do not believe a strong argument can be made that the police are in service of community safety, at least not the whole Black, brown, and low-income community. As representatives of the city, it is your job to know that it is not about you personally, and to inform yourself about the inequities that affect us and listen to the lived experiences and needs of your neighbors. We are speaking. We want immediate changes. We want the police budget lessened and funding reallocated to housing and human services, to programs that support the whole community, such as libraries, social welfare, mental health, nonprofits that care for the most vulnerable amongst us. We want trained, non-armed professionals to take all non-criminal calls, because according to the police chief of Boulder, a police officer cannot go to these calls unarmed. If so, why should they go at all? San Francisco and Los Angeles has made a commitment to this. Can you? If you think that that these issues are not within our community, you are wrong. We have a culture of intellectualizing and manipulating data to mask the impact of these experiences. Some areas of inequity that immediately come to mind include the camping ban, limit on housing occupants, and environmentalism that fails to be intersectional. Boulder is not a utopia. Boulder is not exempt. Please pull funding that is needed for these communities away from the police. Sincerely and insistently, Sarah Farty. And as a member of the task force, I read that statement because I want to elevate the community voices and urge you to do whatever you can to extend the task force mandate as well as do what's right by all the community members.
Thank you, Sean. Next, we have Shannon Page Kinney, RJ Boyle, and Rafi Mercury. Shannon?
Sam, I'm not seeing Shannon Page Kenny in the meeting. We do have 2 call-ins, and it's just phone numbers, so it's difficult for me to ascertain who those folks are. Do you mind if I just take a moment to get their names so we make sure they're not one of our speakers?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
So I have a caller at 303-903-3311. Can I get your name, please?
Robert Sharp.
Thank you, Robert. We'll queue you up in the list to speak when it's your turn.
Do you know what number?
I'll have to get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a 720-562-8029. Can I get your name, please? If you're calling into the meeting from 720-562-8029, I need your name, please. Okay, they may have stepped away from their phone.
So we will move on. Shannon, if you do find your way into the meeting, we'll call on you later. So we have RJ Boyle, Rafi Mercury, and Paul Coleman. RJ, you're up.
I have a Becky Boyle. I'm going to assume that that's RJ Boyle. You're queued up to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. I'm here to expand on an email I sent regarding the reallocation of the city budget from the BPD to needed programs like affordable housing. Over the past month, our country has experienced unrest due to the deaths of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery. These tragedies have cast light on the racist structures that shape our daily lives and the policies that govern us. For this reason, I request that Boulder look into its own exclusive structures and actually live up to the promise Mr. Yates included in his response to my email, which was to make Boulder a, quote, safe, open, welcoming, and equitable community for every single person. I ask that Boulder not only reform, but defund BPD and allocate those funds to social programs like housing and human services. Boulder's problems with exclusion are deeply tied to its housing policies. As seen with past and current proposed occupancy reform ballot measures, like Bedrooms Are for People, steps have been taken to address this. But we have to do more to combat Boulder's history of exclusionary zoning practices that continue to this day, especially as COVID-19 puts our most vulnerable communities at risk of eviction in addition to infection. Change does not end with defunding BPD and reforming housing policies. The city should be doing more to support BIPOC-owned businesses and arts. In an personal attempt to support Black-owned businesses in the city, I found a crowdsourced list of 35 businesses in the Boulder, Lafayette, and Louisville area. Our community should expand its opportunities for such businesses to thrive in Boulder. I know that the pandemic and protests have made people yearn for, quote, going back to normal. This is actually my greatest fear. I do not want to go back to normal. I want us to take this moment and be permanently and wonderfully better. I want Boulder to actually be an open, inclusive, and equitable city. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Next is Rafi Mercury, Paul Coleman, and Patrick Murphy. Rafi.
Thank you, Sam. Hi, my name is Rafi Mercury, and I'm the chair of the Boulder County Democratic Party. Last week, our executive committee passed a resolution in support of placing the Bedrooms Are for People initiative onto the 2020 Boulder municipal ballot. So because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment has advised limiting unnecessary interpersonal interactions. And we have learned from other states that conducting in-person election activities can promote the spread of this deadly disease. We also know that the right to amend our municipal charter is a right that Boulder voters are entitled to under state and local law. And as all of you know, this process of getting a charter amendment on the ballot can be done in 2 ways. One, the City Council can refer the measure to the ballot to allow voters to decide. Or 2, citizens can draft an amendment and have it approved by the city clerk and circulate a petition to gather the required number of signatures. In the past few months, Boulder City Council has decided not to refer this measure to the 2020 ballot, and Boulder City Council has decided not to give petitioners an alternative to in-person petition gathering. So in effect, this body has forced citizens of Boulder to decide between risking their health and the health of others or foregoing their constitutional right to participate in direct democracy. Boulder Democrats can plainly see that your decisions have put political expediency before public health and citizens' right to participate in direct democracy. Because we see this initiative as a critical step in securing housing for thousands of current and future Boulderites, it is the opinion of the Boulder County Democratic Party that the Boulder City Council place the Bedrooms Are for People charter amendment on the 2020 municipal ballot.
Thank you, Rafi. Next, we have Paul Coleman, Patrick Murphy, and Nisha Schnepp. Paul, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor Weaver and council members. My name is Paul Coleman. I live in South Boulder. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in regards to the city's discussions with Excel. I know as usual you have a busy agenda, so I'll try to be brief. It's very difficult to overstate how hard it is to get things done at the PUC if your name is not Excel. They are the masters of the PUC universe. Every significant change in Excel's business requires an order from the PUC, and in practice, Excel prepares the orders for the commissioners to sign, and most of the time Excel gets what they ask for. It is at the PUC that you discover what Excel's goals really are. Please don't get locked into any agreement with Excel until after the PUC approves Excel's plans, because you won't know what Excel is going to do until after those PUC orders are issued. In these interesting times with rapid changes happening on many fronts, it makes sense to stay flexible. For our electric supply, that means staying out of franchise. Thank you for your attention at this very busy time.
Thank you, Paul. Next, we have Patrick Murphy, Nisha Schnepp, and Michelle Danae Morrissey. Patrick, you're up.
You may need to unmute, Patrick.
Just got it. My name is Patrick Murphy. I live in Boulder. End the muni and let real carbon reduction begin now, not 5 years from now. Muni supporters can't seem to look in the mirror and see the muni for what it is, instead of the fantasy of promises with no price tags, the denial of true cost, blaming Excel for the muni bad leadership, bad legal decisions, and financial shenanigans. Do muni supporters address the 24 articles of the muni naughty list? No, because those facts would require looking in the muni mirror, and that's never done, because just like so many things today, that would require critical self-evaluation and looking the ugly truth in the eye. If the Excel negotiations are not successful by the end of July, End the Muni will come roaring back with the fact that if not for the 41-day stay-at-home order during the petition signature collection, End the Muni would be on the November ballot. End the Muni collected 63% of the required signatures in 37 days and would easily have achieved the target if those 41 missing days were returned. The Muni zombie threatens to eat more time and more money, leaving a trail of failure and denial in its path. The Muni never gets time or money estimates right. It forever calls failures success and blames Excel for everything the Muni does wrong. The Muni has no negotiation leverage. It's run out of money, is afraid to ask for more. Half of Boulder wants it to end, and it's left a trail of failures wrapped in denial, yet thinks it can parasitize Boulder endlessly. Since 2015, the Boulder water utility monopoly has raised stormwater rates 87%, wastewater rates 42%, and drinking water rates 12%. That reflects the Muni failure. Look in the mirror, end denial, end the Muni. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Next, we have Nisha Schnepp, Michelle Danae Morrissey, and Mara Downey. Nisha, you're up.
Hi, I'm Nisha Schneff, and I'm here today with Bedrooms Are for People, a group trying to reform discriminatory occupancy limits with the ballot initiative. Current occupancy limits depend on whether or not people are blood relatives or legally married. Before same-sex marriage was legalized, this law explicitly discriminated against queer people. Today, the law still discriminates against us because to be a legal household of 3 or more, we must either be legally married or living with blood relatives. Unfortunately, many queer people, myself included, are estranged from their blood relatives and instead create a family of chosen people. Our current laws decide what families are worth having and which are not. Occupancy limits should be based on the structure and safety of a dwelling, not on what counts as a family. Non-traditional families should not need to go through the rigmarole required of co-ops. After all, we're not co-ops. We're not co-ops, and blood families do not have to go through any comparable process to be accepted living within their homes. While many queer people throughout Boulder rely on living with chosen families, the Bedrooms Are for People initiative would truly benefit everyone seeking a non-traditional household. This pandemic has shown all of us how important community is and how helpful it is to have community built into your home. Not all households need to be as organized as a co-op to still provide valuable community, nor do they need to be composed of blood relatives. Many child-free adults choose to live with other child-free adults in households of 4 to 6 people, not only because it makes their housing more affordable, but because it makes their lives happier and healthier. I encourage all of you to sign our petition at bedroomsareforpeople.com so this initiative gets on the Boulder ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Nisha. Next, we have Michelle Dene Morrissey, Maura Downey, and Mark Gelband. Michelle, you're up.
I do need to promote Michelle to panelist because she's on an older version of Zoom. So if you could bear one moment for the system to get her in place.
I see her here, and maybe we can hear her.
Oh my God,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Michelle.
Awesome. Good evening, members of council. Thank you for your time today. I came this evening and wanted to speak about potential areas for educating and teaching better police practices. And then I reflected on my weekend. This Sunday, myself and my 2 sons and their dad went to Denver to pay respects at a George Floyd mural, telling them again how he was killed and how the color of a person's skin can engender fear and other unsavory emotions in others. We tell them, this is why mama and papa are so strict with you boys sometimes, why we have you behave immaculately all the time. The fundamental issues we face as a nation and as a community are not ones we can train away. Ibram Kendi, one of the nation's leading scholars of racism, says, education and love are not the answer. That self-interest drives racist policies that benefit that self-interest. Until we can stop educating our Black children on how to survive a police encounter, we have to dig deeper. For over a year now and thousands of hours, this Police Oversight Task Force has unearthed many growth opportunities for this community and for our police department. It is in that, as a member of this community and a member of the Police Oversight Task Force, I feel that I'm responsible and that we're all responsible. We trust that council will expand our mandate to incorporate police reform because we can't wait for 2021 for the Police Oversight Panel to do this crucial community work. And that's all I had. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Michelle. Next, we have Maura Downey, Mark Gelband, and Lynn Siegel. Maura, you're up.
Hi, I am here to address cannabis equity here in Boulder and the Black Lives Matter movement, specifically in Denver and Colorado overall, of cannabis equity to address privileged wealth as an outcome of racist policies, sentencing, and capital investments in cannabis industry. And so I was doing research on if there are any Black-owned cannabis companies here in Boulder, and there are 0. And out of the whole entire state of Colorado, I only found 2 in Denver. And I wanted to bring this up as a larger dialogue with our community and also bring this to your awareness that there are other cities in the United States that have passed equity programs and reparation taxes on marijuana. And Oakland, California, and Evanston, Illinois are two specific examples of ways that we can reimagine what the cannabis business can look like to make it more equitable and have justice in it. For example, Oakland, California created a permit where half of all permits towards marijuana businesses must be issued to equity applicants, those being people of areas disproportionately affected by cannabis-related arrests or folks who were actually arrested to having cannabis. Likewise, Evanston, Illinois passed a reparations tax, and the money would go directly towards folks affected by the war on drugs to apply for technical training, funds, or house repairs. And so I want us as a community to think creatively and justice forward with how the cannabis industry can be better in our community and do better in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara. Next, we have Mark Gelband, Lynn Siegel, and Leslie Glustrom. Mark, you're up.
Thank you. While I appreciate Mary Young's conversation about Juneteenth tonight, I think it's time for this council to provide less performance art and proclamations and actually do something. In the 20 years I've been here, there's been 3 versions of police oversight. A standard review panel, which turned into a citizen advisory panel, which, in no disrespect to the current oversight panel, an oversight panel. I appreciate what these folks are saying, but I want to know what actions are going to be taken now and why it is that this council could not support their colleague, Rachel Friend, in having a larger philosophical discussion around whether the city of Boulder requires military weapons like automatic rifles that we ban, gas canisters and chemical weapons, pepper ball sprays, and why we need a $412,000 tactical armored vehicle with a long-range sound cannon and a water cannon that the police department claims is not for fighting crowd control, but used for fire. If it's really used for fire, why isn't it at the fire department? Isn't that out of the police department's purview? We also found a way to provide the police with $360,000 for a brand new bomb vehicle because the other one, according to a council person, was 8 years old and required $24,000 a year in maintenance. I think the bigger question is, why in the world are we funding any of these weapons of war, especially at a time when talk is cheap and the lives of brown and black people are clearly at stake? Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we have Lynn Siegel, Leslie Glustrom, and Kyron Bogoglub. Lynn, you're up.
Excel could go bankrupt if it has to close its $3 billion coal plant, Comanche 3, which has a 2060 expiration date. We have a depression, so it's a good time to get out from under Excel. Do not waste any more of my tax dollars negotiating. There's been 10 years of that. Enough already. I'm pretty warm today in my bedroom upstairs. I'm 67. It would be nice to be cool, but I will not install a mini split or other solar or geothermal HVAC until I have control over my energy source. I won't use the energy intensive coil radiators, so I disconnected them when I bought the place 20 years ago. No AC up there. I can wait. In a depression, you don't keep building as if there were not one. And on a deficit, gun barrel, Odell project model is no longer an option. If you cannot produce the grocery, library, open space, and other amenities to service the extra residents, wait. Why must your residents argue this very basic point? Rock Creek is the bad example guiding you. City of Boulder is so behind in their open space maintenance, and the extra use comes at a cost of all these people and the people from the virus. Don't accelerate that use in a pandemic by continuing with so much growth and expansion. The DOE is declaring the benefit of Rocky Flats Greenways before legitimate soil samples verify safe recreational use. Yet David Abelson says that the quality of mental health of self-isolating unemployed users needing open space experience exceeds the risk of death from the now present comorbidity of the virus and that of the risk of inhalation of plutonium particulates. Like my grandson said at the 7 January meeting, no, when will I be saying yes, yes?
Thank you, Len. Next, we have Leslie Glustrom, Kyron Bogoglub, and John Henry Van Sant. Leslie, you're up.
Thank you so much, Mayor and council members. These are difficult times. Certainly appreciate your service. I'd like to add my voice to those calling for police reform. We need these community services. We need to make sure our officers are trained, that they understand de-escalation. We've had 2 very close calls just recently and more going back. So it's really critical that we learn from other communities who have shown how you can send out unarmed and trained personnel to manage a very significant percentage of calls. So thank you. I'd like to use most of my time to give a preview on what we're hearing in the Excel Boulder listening sessions and what we can know from looking around us. It's hard. You're very immersed in Boulder. It's hard for you to see all the sprouts of competition growing up in Colorado. They're there. It's very important, regardless of how you feel about a local municipal utility. It's very important that Boulder stay out of franchise so that we aren't left behind when Louisville and Lafayette are signing much better deals when their franchises come up in the 2020s. Second thing is undergrounding. It's been held up as an inducement. It's a little bit like taking candy from a stranger. There's a reason parents tell their kids don't take candy from a stranger. It's the same with undergrounding. It would be penny wise and pound foolish to take 10 million in undergrounding, even if we get that much, and give up the opportunity to save 30 or 40 million or more a year in our power supplies. So don't take that candy from the monopoly. Third big thing is Excel talks about 80% carbon reduction. That's not the same as 80% renewables. We'll talk about that more. I want to save a few seconds for talking about a fundamental social equity issue. Excel talks over and over again about how they're keeping bills low. Every time Excel says bills, think we're going to screw poor people. Average bills go down when upper and middle income folks get solar. Excel's rates have gone up and up and up and up. That all falls on lower income, people of color, renters, all of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leslie. So we have Kyron Bogoglub, John Henry Van Sant, and Joe Kent. Kyron, you're up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Kieran Bogoglub. I know it's kind of a weird name. I'm with Bedrooms Are for People, and we're working to reform discriminatory occupancy limits in Boulder. I'm a graduate student at the University of Colorado. In some ways, the city's occupancy laws seem directly targeted at preventing large numbers of students from cohabitating based on the assumption that students can be disruptive or destructive to the community. I'm currently looking to move because I'm spending about 35% of my income on a room in a 3-bedroom house. For the next lease, my landlord wants to raise our rent by over $100, and my income from the university is not expected to change. Students add value to our community. We contribute financially to many businesses and most importantly to the university. The university itself provides large numbers of jobs at a wide variety of skill sets and pay grades to the city of Boulder. Since CU is largely dependent on tuition to continue funding, students are an integral part of keeping the university functioning. Additionally, many students supply the workforce needed to keep Boulder and its 3 national laboratories at the forefront of scientific research in the United States. CU Boulder also keeps the city of Boulder on the forefront of many industries. As a whole, the city's economy depends on CU Boulder. Many of the concerns about large numbers of students living together can be mitigated by other measures. Noise ordinance, square footage occupancy limits, limits on street parking, and regulations on building appearance can all decrease the likelihood that students cohabitating will be a burden on the community. I believe most students are able to and desire to live together and support one another financially and otherwise through these difficult years, and we want to be a positive part of the community while we do so. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Karen. Next, we have John Henry Van Sant, Joe Kent, and Jake Brady. John, you're up.
Great, can you hear me?
Yep.
Excellent, all right, I'll start. Hi, my name's John Henry Van Sant, and I'm a resident of Tantra Lakes. Listening to the last few meetings, I've been disappointed by the dismissal by many members of the call to defund the police. Perhaps semantics fuel this consternation, so let's rephrase the idea as the following. To gradually redirect police funding towards increasing the number of social workers, drug counselors, and mental health experts responsible for responding to nonviolent emergencies. Recent polls show that Americans favor this policy approach by a 49 to 30% margin. And speaking from personal experience, I understand why. My partner and I live in an affordable housing complex, and there is a consistent police presence here that we did not see when we lived in North Boulder. We have had armed officers come to our door at 11 p.m. looking for an apartment in a completely different building. As a white cishet male, I am aware of how my privileges have benefited me at that moment. These interactions do not inspire confidence in the police's ability to de-escalate these tense situations, especially when they are in the wrong building. Now, imagine if an unarmed social worker with years of training responded to that crisis. Imagine if we had a steady presence of social workers in this complex rather than armed officers, trained to help residents with their healthcare problems, mental health issues, and financial struggles. This is all possible, and it starts with reallocating funding from our $38 million police budget to provide stronger social work and housing support through our underfunded Housing and Human Services Department. Yes, we are in a recession, but the least we can do is protect funding for social services and cut the over-policing that does not keep us safe. If we are serious about following Chief Harold's call to model our approach to public safety after European cities, then the first step is matching the robust safety net provided in those social democracies. Strong welfare programs and human services reduce crime, and we should support them by reallocating funding away from the reactionary policing programs that do not work. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Joe Kent, Jake Brady, and Don Cote. Joe, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Joe Kent, and I'm speaking on Agenda Item 4A as the applicant, 5691 South Boulder Road Concept Plan Application. Little background, our family has owned this property for over 5 decades, and I grew up there. My wife and I seek to annex the 5.5 acres to get city water and sewer. We had a neighborhood meeting. We listened to the neighbors who wanted minimal development of the site. We proposed RL1 zoning with 4 new units, 2 of which were affordable. When we went in front of planning board, we were surprised that on June 4th, the planning board expressed support for RL2 zoning and 8, 12, or 16 units, including attached, meaning duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes. The site does have some environmental challenges, including a floodplain and wetlands. These environmental constraints will limit new development on the site. We encourage council to call up our concept plan so we can get your feedback before we have the expense of preparing an annexation, site review, and subdivision application. You will be the decision makers on our property and the application. We would very much appreciate your guidance. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Joe. Next, we have Jake Brady and Don Cote. And then I will also look to Sarah to see if we have the person that we skipped earlier. So Jake, you are up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jake Brady, and I am with Bedrooms Are for People. We're working to reform discriminatory occupancy limits in the city of Boulder. When I moved to Boulder approximately 3 years ago, I was taken aback upon learning about the occupancy ordinance. I'd happily shared a row home with 3 friends in an East Coast college town prior to this. The simple fact that I was able to live with a sibling here saved me nearly $250 per month. I wondered, what do residents without that advantage do? On Sunday, I was fortunate enough to participate in a group privilege walk on Pearl Street. We were asked to take a step back every time the speaker mentioned a scenario where we had faced a disadvantage in life and take a step forward for the opposite. There were multiple questions asked about housing discrimination. With every one, it was painful to watch as dozens of participants were forced to take those metaphorical steps backward. At the end, those of us near the front of the pack were told that in order to create the more just and equitable world we all seek to live in, we must make a concerted effort to walk hand in hand with those at the back of the line every single day of our lives. We must live up to the values that we espouse as a community. It is our duty. Bedrooms Are for People will allow for just that. We'll make room for more of our disadvantaged brothers, sisters, and non-binary friends to live amongst us. It will increase housing security, particularly for those who find themselves in a tenuous or illegal living situation. And it will allow us to better utilize the housing stock that we already have today. You can join the list to sign our petition at bedroomsareforpeople.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. And last, we have Don Cote, and Sarah, you can let me know at the end of this if there's anyone else who previously signed up. Don, you're up.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to see you guys out working hard on this long night. And I was thinking that the only person who's been in more council meetings than probably most of you is Patrick Murphy. And I'm here to speak about, the people of Boulder really deserve green energy. And we've been playing with this for too long and spending lots of money and making no progress. I think it's time to take a whole new look at how we approach the problem, start to use renewable energy credits. You can buy them with the tax money that you're getting off of the bills. You can apply them to the residents' bills, and so the people will be having green energy here when they want it. There's no reason to continue with this program that for almost a decade now has got us nowhere, absolutely nowhere, in providing green energy for Boulder. Thank you. That completes my.
Thank you, Don. So Sarah, I'll turn to you and see if there's anyone else online.
Shannon Page Kenny has joined the meeting, so I'm going to go ahead and cue Shannon up to speak since we already passed over that name. So
perfect, thank you. Shannon, you're up.
Shannon, you may need to unmute yourself.
There we go. Can you hear us now?
We can.
Okay, I'm speaking. Shannon, I'm Shannon's husband. I'm going to be speaking. Thank you, Mayor Boulder and City Council members. I'm Jeffrey Kenny, a Boulder native. Excuse me, boating on the Boulder Reservoir since 1983. We volunteer our time and boat for both the triathlon water safety and for the expanded adaptive water ski program. The reservoir has put in place a system that has a strict 3-hour limit per weekend day for boaters. We are not allowed on the water prior to or after our reservation time, no exceptions. Many boaters having paid in full weekend time are now feeling like victims of a bait and switch. Res rules have been CC'd to each of you. My plan, CC to each of you as well, reduces the amount of running boats at one time by 50% during high capacity times. It would allow one staff person to manage the water with communication via a color-coded laid out plan. Most of the high use is due to an extreme number of rentals of small watercraft by Rocky Mountain paddleboards, of subs, kayaks, and canoes. 2020 rentals are astounding. We're counting 150 or more on the water at one time on the weekends. Without boaters wakeless in the no wake zones, rescue of all rental watercraft is impossible. Fast approaching Colorado storms nearly daily often preceded by high winds, This is an equation with many rentals limited to lake patrol in a case of gross negligence for both the city and Rocky Mountain paddleboards. Finally, there is one man that I wrote to you about, Pete. We are doing this for him. Pete has battled, excuse me, a rare cancer for the last 10 years. He has had surgery that rendered him not waterproof. This year he is. However, he is still providing for his family, working Monday through Friday. He comes to the lake only on the weekends. He loves to float wakeless most of the day, especially in his condition. It takes him a lot to do to go for those 3 hours. It's just not enough for him. I ask if my plan is not accepted. We are determined to yield our time to him. There is no exceptions for exceptional people. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we will close open comment and return. Debbie, what's next?
So next you have the consent agenda and you have items A through O.
Is Sam or Jane and Tom going to speak to anything? Council?
That's true.
I'm ready. Okay, Jane, take it away.
Thank you very much. So the last speaker had a comment with regard to the reservoir, and it would appear that the gentleman had sent each council member some information. So it would be helpful if that information could come to Allison Rhodes, our Director of Parks and Recreation, so that she can address that. Many of the comments made important statements with regard to police oversight. And I wanted to give council and the listening audience some background and some new information. So as you are all aware, I'm sorry, my dogs are barking. The police oversight implementation was discussed at the June 9th City Council meeting. Okay, hopefully he stopped. What we want you to know is that the effort is on track for an updated ordinance and implementation by early November, and you're going to be hearing more about that in September. The recruitment for the city's first independent police monitor is underway, and some of the community members who are volunteering on the implementation team were involved in the first round of interviews, and we are very appreciative of the work that they've given. The task force that you heard discussed started out with 12 members. There are 7 members left, and several of those participated in the interviews. Here's the new information. Next Thursday, June 25th, the city is hosting a virtual town hall to give all community members an opportunity to meet the final candidates for the independent police monitor position and to pose questions to that person. That same day will be a comprehensive interview process for those candidates, including representatives from several community groups and neighboring agencies, as well as city staff from across the organization. We'll be issuing a press release later this week with more information for the public on how to register for the town hall and submit questions. At the same time, as you well know, under Chief Harold's leadership, we intend to improve the Boulder's Police Department according to the Strategic Action Plan statement that was presented to Council on June 9th. And Chief Harold will be presenting periodic updates to the Council on progress. And we'll be working with CAC to schedule those updates for the community in the coming weeks. I'm hopeful that our first quarterly update could be at the end of July or early August. And as you well know, we certainly value community input, and we are beginning the master plan process and hope that perhaps there will be a process committee from the City Council that can help us figure out better ways to engage as many community members as possible. That's kicking off this summer, and we look forward to discussing that more after the City Council break. So those are my comments today. Thanks.
Thank you, Jane. So Tom, do you have any responses?
I do not.
Okay, great. And then I'll turn back to council for any feedback about the testimony we heard during open comment. Over here. So I see Rachel and then Adam with hands raised. Rachel?
And Aaron too, he's got a visual instead of a virtual. Yeah, I just had 2 follow-up questions, and I don't know who these go to, but several members of the Police Oversight Task Force asked for an expanded mandate, and I just wondered when that might come up for us to discuss, or if that's going to be an option. They had also emailed that offer, so wondered about the process and timing of getting them an answer.
Right. The appropriate process would be for CAC to bring it up and then schedule it in front of the City Council. As you know, they do have a charter that includes some detailed information about the kinds of people on the panel and the mandate of the panel. So you would need to discuss how you would like to approach that. So I think when you return from your break, we can schedule that to be discussed at CAC.
Awesome. And then second is also just, I think, a scheduling question, but Rafi from Boulder County Dems said that they have recommended that we promote the Bedrooms Are for People charter amendment to the ballot. And it seemed like we were going to come back and discuss ballot issues, I want to say in July or August. So I was just trying to refresh on when the timing might be for us to get an answer on that.
So we told them that their deadline, I think, is August 5th. So I would recommend that council see how many signatures they've gotten and then make a decision. If they've met the requirement, I plan to recommend that council go ahead and put it on the ballot just as a matter of safety. But I think there's some time for you to decide what to do with that.
So same thing, CAC to schedule in early August after the 5th.
That would be best.
Am I hearing that? Okay.
Your deadline's the 5th. We have 10 days to review the signatures. So sometime after the 15th.
Thank you.
Great. We've got Adam, Mary, and Aaron. Adam?
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe make a point for the new Cannabis Advisory Board to look at the ideas around taxing inequity. This isn't, this is just a suggestion. It's not anything beyond that, but I think that is an interesting idea and one where we could provide more equity in the community. So maybe as a council, we can eventually ask them to look at that.
Great. Thank you, Adam. Next, we've got Mary and Aaron. Mary?
I just had a quick question for Jane. And I was just wondering if Chief Harold has presented to the Police Oversight Task Force yet.
I believe that Chief Harold has attended several of their most recent meetings. So yes.
But presented to the task force.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. And I don't believe that Amy Kane is on this call. So we can find out more about that.
Yeah, because I was thinking that it might be helpful to have her present what she presented to us a couple weeks ago or last week.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll work on that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron?
Yeah, I was just wanted to second Rachel's request about getting the task force, the Police Oversight Task Force, involved in the reform efforts this year. They've done such amazing work on the creation of the oversight panel, but that panel is still a really good long way off. So I wonder if there might be a way for them to participate in the ongoing work that Chief Harold is doing, that we're going to be participating in this year, with maybe then a handoff to the oversight panel once it actually becomes a reality. So I'd like to see if we could talk about that at a future meeting.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out at a future meeting, how to handle it, because the oversight panel has really reduced in numbers recently because a number of the folks that were on it had made a commitment to get to where we were last November and make the recommendation about the independent monitor. And some folks dropped off just because of the time commitment. So it is a significant time commitment to do. So that will be part of our future conversation. And Amy just texted me an answer to Mary's question, which is that, yes, Chief Harold did present to the oversight group at the last meeting.
Amy is always on top of things.
Yes.
Thanks, Amy.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So I will endeavor to remember to turn to the city manager and attorney and counsel after every open comment. I always slip by that. So Apologies. So now, Debbie, we're ready.
Now we're on to the consent agenda, which is items A through O.
Very good. And I believe we have some staff presentations for some of these. So shall we go through the staff presentations now?
Good evening, City Council. Kurt Fernheimer, Director of Housing and Human Services. I'm going to talk to you about two very brief items on consent tonight. I've got a 2-minute presentation for each. Stop after the first one to see if you have any questions. So I'll be talking about the first area is the Ponderosa community and sort of an update to that, as well as a IGA with Boulder Housing Partners. Next slide. So on Sunday, we had a groundbreaking at Ponderosa. It was a little bit different. We actually had a burial of a time capsule. So this is important because it recognized the beginning of and the commencement of the infrastructure, which will begin around the first week in July. And here's your favorite council member giving some words of wisdom. Next slide. And then this is the an overview of the final plan. What's important here is identifying the streets. These are the streets that are going to be going in with the underground infrastructure over the next 6 months. Next slide. So the city and BHP partnership. First, we're going to be working on the city's committed to completing the infrastructure, and we're overseeing that work over the next few months. Also, setting in place a structure, a financial structure for the upkeep, the long-range upkeep of the Ponderosa community. It also includes the maintenance of public improvements, which will be the right-of-ways in the community, which will be public streets. And then enforcing the affordability restrictions, that's something that we do on all home ownership programs within the city. That's an infrastructure that exists currently for sales and resales of homes over time. Next slide. So BHP is committing to a couple things here. The first is taking on a 1% ownership of the property at Ponderosa. That enables us to have a tax exemption, which assists us in creating a more efficient approach to the affordable housing and the costs related to that. It also creates a mechanism for a partnership with the city and BHP, which will develop and take advantage of some of the strengths that BHP has related to maintenance of public spaces, as well as some of the services that they bring to their communities. Next slide. I think this is the last one. Yes. So you could maybe back up one slide and see if there's any questions. I'll see if any questions that council may have on this IGA.
Great. Thank you, Kurt. I don't see any hands raised. Anyone have any questions for Kurt? Aaron, are you wanting to ask a question? Nope. Okay. So Kurt, I think you're good to go ahead.
Okay. Next slide then. So 30 Pearl, this project has come in front of you many times in the past. This may be the last time you'll see this project in front of you. So on the consent agenda this evening, it relates to the quadrants 3 and 4 north, market developer. Next slide. So just to back up slightly, the city's vision for this entire block, as it was designated many years ago, is guided by the Transit Village Area Plan. emphasizing transportation infrastructure and alignment with our transportation goals of the city. Creating a mixed development. If you'll remember on quadrant 1, we're going to be getting some affordable commercial space as well. And creating a substantial amount of permanently affordable housing. This project has 300 units of affordable housing overall on the entire block. BHP is developing 120 units of affordable housing. And then creating a mix of ownership and rental. So at this point in the project, it is all designated as rental. However, quadrants 1, 3, and 4 north will be set up as condos in anticipation to switch to home ownership in 7 or 8 years. Next slide. So actions to date. So last year, you'll remember we brought to council a sale for quadrant 1 for $5.8 million. Quadrants 2, 3, 4 north and south. Those were transferred to BHP, where the infrastructure is occurring right now, and they're working on the underground parking garage, particularly the one that spans between quadrants 2 and 3. And they have begun the construction of the affordable housing. If you drive by the site on quadrant 4 south, you'll see that building has gotten vertical, and it's already up to the roof line. Next slide. So the motion today is around the sale of quadrants 3 and 4 north. It's to the same developer who purchased quadrant 1, which is Morgan Creek Ventures. We went through a competitive process on this. We had several developers who put proposals forward. I think the box below is quite important. So the city and our department in particular has invested $24 million in this project. It started with the cost of the land several years ago. However, as joint developers with BHP, we've been able to leverage the development of this project, now selling $18.6 million in land back to developers, has gone up in value as a result of the development process. So this brings the total subsidy per affordable unit on that site at under $50,000 per unit, which is probably about half of what we've seen over the last few years. So what's in front of you today is the sale of quadrants 3 and 4 for a value of $12.825 million. Next slide. Oops. Let me just say one more thing. So that the closing on that is anticipated to be in September. And that will refund back a lot of that $24 million that we've put into this project. So those quadrants 3 and 4 are currently in the possession of BHP. Those will come back to the city, where we will sell them in September, as outlined in the agreement that you have in your packet. And I'll stop there for any questions on that.
Very good. Thank you, Kurt. We've got Mary and then Mark. Mary, go ahead.
Thanks for that, Kurt. Just one question. I wanted to better understand why there will be no co-op. The memo briefly mentioned it, but I want to better understand it.
Yeah, that's a great question. That was, so quadrant 4 north is the yellow quadrant on your left. We were hoping that could be a co-op or co-housing. We did receive one proposal out of, I think, 5 proposals that had put forward that approach. However, their proposal was somewhat uncertain, particularly with the change in market that was happening at the time of COVID. And I think that the concerns we had with their proposal were they would be able to complete it within the context of a very uncertain market. And at this point in at the time that the decision was made, probably a month ago, to put this forward to you with the concerns about what the market may look like, it looked like a better time to take advantage of this sale to Morgan Creek Ventures and to be able to use those funds for other projects in the city in the future.
Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Mary. Mark, you're up.
Yeah, Kirk, that was a good presentation. Thank you. You mentioned that the developer was going to construct rental apartments and then later convert them into condos. Is there a particular rationale for that, or does it relate to the expiration of the statute of limitations on construction defects? What's the thinking there?
That's correct. You answered your question. Roughly 7 or 8 years is that period where it makes sense for a developer to make that change to ownership as the construction defect period sort of starts to run out at that point. It significantly reduces the risk to the developer at that point.
I guess my question is that a good policy for us to be participating in, avoidance of liability strategies?
Well, I think the reality is in Boulder, for the most part, because of that state legislation, we're seeing hardly any ownership development being done in the city. You'll see the projects that come before you in planning board, they're almost all rental projects. This is kind of the one path where we can get home ownership units.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so seeing no other hands, I will just say thank you, Kurt, for bringing this forward. These are both fantastic projects that we have going. So when people talk about affordable housing in Boulder, they should understand that we have a diverse approach to affordable housing, which involves ownership condos as well as rental apartments and separated dwellings in Ponderosa. So again, thank you so much, Kurt, for this, and this is great work.
Thank you.
And then I believe that we have something regarding the parking lot on the Hill.
Yes, we do. And I'm not exactly sure if David Gear, Sarah Webenson will be presenting this.
I think it's David Gear.
Ah, great. Hi, David.
All right, thank you, Jane. Hello, members of council. As you know, my name is David Gear, and I'm with the City Attorney's Office, and I'm going to say a few words about the Hill Hotel item that is on your consent agenda. The Hill Hotel is a project, is a proposal that would redevelop the land that is on the southwest corner of University and Broadway, and it extends to the south to Pleasant Avenue, where the UGIT owns a couple of parking lots. Next slide, please. So the land was purchased by the University Hill General Improvement District in the early 1970s, and it has since been used as a surface parking lot. A few years ago, we did the Hill reinvestment strategy, and one of the things that was identified in that strategy was that the Hill needed some type of catalyst use so that we could kind of change the diversity of people that go to the Hill and help boost the economic vitality of the area. So where we are at right now is that we have a proposed reuse of all of these properties, including the surface parking lot, to be used as a hotel and kind of typical uses related to hotel, which would be retail and restaurants. So next slide, please. So you recently had an opportunity to review at least the concept for what is proposed for this project at your meeting in mid-May. At this point, we have put together a letter of intent to sell the property, and we have agreement between the city and the Nichols Partnership. So if the city decides to agree to enter into the letter of intent, the Nichols Partnership has made a commitment to submit a site review application for the project. Thereafter, we're going to continue to work with the Nichols Partnership to effectuate this transaction in a manner that is consistent with the letters of intent. Next slide, please. So here's the major terms of the letter of intent. So first of all, it's a sale for fair market value. We both had the property appraised, and the appraisals came in pretty close to each other. So the agreed upon price that we came up with was simply averaging the high and the low of the two appraisals. The Nichols Partnership, as we've talked in the past, that are in this letter of intent, maintains its commitments to the council that it will do at least finance some of the issues related to tenant relocations. They will support transportation demand management practices on the site and build the building in a manner that would be consistent with the architecture of the area. There are two major protections for UGID in this deal. And first is that we will not close on the property until there is a site review approval. So the result of that will be UGID will be able to continue to operate its parking business in the interim, and in the event that it's not successful, it will continue operations as it is now. The other thing is, and I think that this is a pretty major protection in the letter of intent, is that if for some reason they get their site review approval, they close on the property, and they fail to begin construction and construct the hotel, UGID or the city will have an opportunity to buy the property back at the same price it was sold. So next slide, please. So this is the motion. There are two parts to the motion. The first is to authorize the city manager to enter into the letter of intent to dispose of the property. And also, as required by our code, you would actually authorize the sale of the property in a manner that's consistent with the terms of the letter of intent. So that's pretty much all I have. If you have any questions, I would be happy to try to answer them. And Sarah Weavenson from Community Vitality and the project manager on this project is also in attendance at the meeting.
Great. And I see no hands up, so I have one question. When were these appraisals performed, and will the economic impacts of COVID potentially change the value of the property?
Sarah, do you have the exact dates? I think that our appraisal at this point is probably in the 6 to 8 months old at this point. And the appraisal that the Nichols Partnership commissioned is more like a couple of months old, maybe 3 months. Sarah,
that's correct.
Okay,
yes, that's correct, that theirs is more recent than ours, so it would reflect, it's 2020, in the spring of 2020, and ours was in 2019.
Got it. Okay. And just, so I'm just going to flag that, and I think staff will be able to think that through. We're going to approve it tonight, but what we're approving is a letter of intent for the sale. So I expect if there is a major change, David, is it correct to think that we would be able to continue with the letter of intent, but potentially change the sale price if there's some reason to do that?
Well, I think that what we've agreed to right now is a price, and frankly, there's risk for both sides on what that price is. In terms of things that could go up or things that could come down, but that's kind of where we're at with the price right now.
Okay.
And the same thing too, in terms of why I think that this is also a good idea is that If the developer fails and we close on the property and sell it, or the partnership does not construct a hotel, we get to buy it back at the same price that it was sold. No additional interest, no escalators to increase the value. So I think that that's a great protection for UGIT and the city.
Okay, great. Looking to council one more time. Seeing no other questions, I think we're ready to move on.
All right, well, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, David. Okay, and I think, Jane, remind me, I think that is all that we had said at CAC that we were going to touch on for the consent. Is that right?
Correct.
Great. And then I've got Bob's hand up.
I was just going to make a motion if there's no other comments. I'd like to move the consent agenda item 3A through 3O inclusive, except item 3K. I do not move 3K. The reason I'd like to pull 3K off is this is the matter relating to potential changes in our rules around initiatives and referendums. And they won't apply to any matters that are out collecting signatures right now for this year. So this would only apply for 2021 and forward. And so I'd like to suggest that we move this down the calendar, not do a second reading or a public hearing this summer. We've already got a pretty busy summer, and actually take this up at the end of the year, November, December timeframe, and plenty of time for the 2021 petitioning season. So I'd like to suggest that we not move forward with K.
Great. And then I have two more hands here. I've got, so Bob, I take it that's a motion.
That's a motion, A through O, but not K.
Great. And let's see if we can get a second, and then we'll move on for further discussion. Okay, so we've got a second. Hands up include Aaron and Mark. Aaron, you're up.
Great, thanks. Well, I was going to bring something else up, just really briefly on the consent agenda. There's we're changing our call-ups to go from item 8 to item 4. And I just wanted to note that in the remaining language that was not changed, it says that if the decision about whether to exercise the council's call-up authority is a matter of substantial public interest, the agenda committee shall schedule a public hearing for consideration of the potential call-up. Just wanted to recommend that on second reading we change that to, or tonight, change that from shall to may to allow for an option in that. Tom, do you see any issue with that?
No, and you should do it tonight because this is a motion. It is effective as soon as you pass it. So
great. Then, so I guess I'll make an attempted friendly amendment to change that word shall to may in that call-up item, if that's amenable to Bob.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
And the second, was that you, Mark?
Yes. I just want to briefly in support of what Bob has said. I think we can give this a much better consideration in the fall. I'm just not sure the time is ripe for it, and I'm not sure we have good bandwidth for it, given all that we are doing at the moment. I also just wanted to make a brief comment on M. I know it's just the first reading, so I'm not going to comment in any detail, but there are many provisions in that proposed ordinance. And when we get to the second reading, I'm going to have a number of comments on it. Some of those proposals I think are good. Some I think require some more thought, and I will be speaking upon them at that time. Thanks.
Great.
Do you mind if I add a little bit more?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mark. But just a little bit more, just similarly to what you're saying about I had some concerns about 3J, which is the hemp ordinance, but I'll reserve those for second reading. And I do support Bob's motion about how we continue with the charter amendments.
Great, and I just want to triple check to dot our I's. Mark, as the second for Bob's motion on the consent, did you accept Aaron's friendly amendment?
Absolutely not, of course.
Okay.
Darn it, Mark.
So I believe that we have a motion and a second. The friendly amendment has been accepted across the board. I don't see any other hands up, so I guess I'll call for a vote on the motion. Does anyone object to passing the consent agenda as modified by Bob and Eric?
Yeah, roll call.
That's roll call. Okay, thank you, Debbie.
Councilmember Nagel,
Yes.
Sweatlick,
Yes.
Wallach,
Aye.
Weaver,
Aye.
Yates,
Aye.
Young,
Yes.
Brockett,
Aye.
Friend,
Yes.
Joseph.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Okay, very good. That's the consent agenda.
So next on the agenda is your call-up items. The first one is 5691 South Boulder Road, concept plan review.
Anyone have any desire to call this up or comment on it? I will note that we did have the applicant speak to us in open comment. I think the fact that there's not a desire to call this up means that what we see in the current concept plan probably seems to work for the current council members. So then I don't see any desire to call up A.
4B is 845 14th Street.
Anybody desire to call that up? Seeing no one. Move on.
And 4C is 2727 29th Street, concept plan review.
And I just have a question for staff about this. I believe this is the Rally Sport site, and we've seen some notes in the paper. I think that the last one that we saw on the daily camera said that this project is okay to go ahead, and Rally Sport is going to commit to the sale. Is that correct?
I think Charles Farrow is on the line. Charles, do you know the answer?
Evening, Council. That's my understanding. I'm not sure if Kurt Fernhaber is still on the line tonight too, but that is my understanding.
Yes, that's correct, Sam. That is part of the agreements.
Okay, so good. I'm glad to hear that that's moving forward. It seemed like there was some uncertainty about it. So it doesn't look like we want to call anything up.
Okay, next on the agenda is your public hearing tonight, which is the South Boulder Creek Flood Mitigation Plan approval.
And
go ahead, Jane.
yeah, our presenter will be Joe Tadiucci, who will introduce the other presenters. So Joe?
So Joe, I don't know if you're speaking or not, but you're currently muted.
I was doing really well, but I'll try it again with a camera and a microphone. Sorry about that. So good evening, City Council and members of the public. My name is Joe Tadiucci, and I'm the city's utilities director. We're here tonight for the South Boulder Creek Flood Mitigation Project. I'd like to take a minute and set the stage for the discussion tonight. If you remember, back on February 25th, we had a study session on this project, and staff presented the work from the previous 6 months of conceptual design on the variant 1 alternative. And we looked at the trade-offs associated with 3 different levels of flood protection. During that study session, City Council asked us to go back to the city boards, RAB Planning Board and the Open Space Board of Trustees, and do some public engagement and bring back some specific information that would allow you to consider making a decision tonight on the level of flood protection. And as you know, the project involves a very complex relationship between annexation of some of the property involved and the flood mitigation project itself. And that's because of the land ownership issues at hand. And the focus of the staff presentation and the discussion tonight is really on the flood mitigation side of that equation. So for me, February 25th was the last time I attended an in-person city council or board meeting. And as everyone knows, a lot has changed in our world since then. And we ended up doing all of the board meetings and public process virtually. And I think we learned some things from that. It had both positives and negatives. But the big thing I want to say about that is just acknowledging Sarah Huntley and her team for all of their work in making those virtual board meetings and process steps as seamless as possible. And I also want to thank the public for quickly adapting to the situation and for their engagement in the process. And so, Brandon, if you can flip to the agenda slide, I will talk a little bit about the program tonight. So tonight we'll do a couple of things. We'll first start with a summary of the flood project and kind of a recap of the highlights of that. And Brandon Coleman is our utilities engineering project manager. He will lead that discussion. After that, Joanna Bloom, who is a utilities business relations manager, will summarize the board and public engagement process. And then we have the chairs from RAB and the Open Space Board of Trustees and the co-chair from Planning Board, and each of them will also present to you. And we also have representatives from the Open Space and Mountain Parks Department, utilities, and planning for any questions that you might have. So we can take questions at any time during the presentation. And with that, I will turn it over to Brandon to get started on the flood project.
Great, thanks, Joe. So my name's Brandon Coleman. I'm an engineering project manager in the stormwater flood utility. And what we'll be doing tonight is really reviewing the study session that we had on February 25th related to the project. We went over a lot of details, and this will be a high-level summary from that study session. So first, I'd just like to start with some general facts about South Boulder Creek. I always think it's helpful to give it some context. So South Boulder Creek is over 27 miles long and includes 136 square mile watershed area. The headwaters begin at the Continental Divide and extend to the confluence with Boulder Creek on the east side of the city. South Boulder Creek is similar to other headwater drainages in the Front Range area, as conveyed in a steep, well-defined channel in the upper reaches of the watershed. As it comes to the lower reaches of the watershed and enters the city, it becomes much flatter and wider, which creates more variability in the floodplain. So South Boulder Creek is one of 16 major drainage ways in the city of Boulder, and Boulder is the #1 flash flood risk in the state for life safety. Approximately 25% of Boulder structures are located within the 100-year floodplain. So South Boulder Creek has flooded in the past. Past flood events on South Boulder Creek have occurred in 1938, 1969, and most recently in 2013. The 1969 photo shows flooding at the Thunderbird Apartments along Thunderbird Lane, and US 36 was overtopped in both 1969 and 2013. And 2013 resulted in the South Boulder Creek drainage way having some of the highest damage in the city. And the photo from the 2013 flood really shows the need for the project and why it's so important to the city. So it's good to remember a primary driver of this project is really protecting life and safety of community members in the city. So during a flood event, South Boulder Creek overtops its banks and flows along US 36 and then overtops US 36 and flows through a part of the city known as the West Valley Overflow area. And that's shown in this slide in yellow. It's important, kind of as Joe mentioned, is there's a lot of property owners related to this project. And just to give you guys an idea of who's involved and where, Utilities doesn't own any of the property that's currently being proposed for the project. So you'll see on this slide, US 36 is CDOT. So the CDOT right-of-way is shown in the hatching here. And then existing city open space is shown in green. And then CU Boulder actually owns a property shown in yellow here. So those are all of the stakeholders that we're engaging with as part of the project. So this is a rendering of the project and it just shows some of the key components. So we're looking south from Table Mesa Drive, and this is really showing, let's see here. So one of the key features is the existing entrance to the property is South Loop Drive. And then there's also an embankment that's being proposed on the CU South property that transitions to a flood wall as it goes along US 36. And South Boulder Creek is shown in the background of this slide. And really the purpose of the project is to actually detain floodwaters that are coming towards Table Mesa Drive and want to impact that West Valley overflow area, and then discharge them back into South Boulder Creek in a fashion that's safe and doesn't impact downstream members of the community. So just a quick history of the project. So the project in its current form has been ongoing since 2003, and stormwater flood projects typically follow a life cycle. So we start with floodplain mapping to identify risk, which was started in 2003 and really identified the West Valley overflow as a potential flood hazard in the city. And that was accepted by FEMA in 2010. And from there, we moved into the mitigation planning phase, which looked at potential solutions to mitigate flooding through the whole South Boulder Creek drainage area. And that was completed and accepted by council in 2015. And that really recognized the need for a regional detention facility on the CU South property. So from 2015 to 2017, we worked with CU Boulder and Boulder County to develop the CU South guiding principles, recognizing that that was going to be a key component of the project. And currently we're in the design, concept design phase and preliminary design phase of the project. This is a little new for me here. There we go. So in 2018, there we go. In August of 2018, City Council provided direction to begin preliminary design and landowner negotiations for the Variant 1 500-year project configuration, which is shown here. Through this process, the project identified additional information that impacts the design. So really, some of the information we identified was the flood wall along US 36 would need to be moved out of the CDOT right-of-way and onto existing open space land. And also the detention and inundation area needed for the 500-year flood protection would need to be offset, considering CU Boulder's the property owner there. So in July, in July of 2019, we came to council and we looked at ways potentially to offset those inundation impacts. And the two ways that we considered were really reducing the design flood event and also considering a land use change, which is really moving that inundation area to a different area of the CU South property. Go. So we started first with the 100-year level flood protection, and that was something we considered in the concepts that were presented in 2018. So this shows the key components of the projects. The area, the orange area is an area of fill, the blue area is an area of inundation, from the project. Excavation is shown with green hatching, and then the embankment and flood wall I mentioned is shown in brown. There's an outlet structure shown in yellow that actually discharges the detention area into Veely Channel, which ultimately reports back to South Boulder Creek, and then OSMP property is shown in green. So for this configuration, no land use changes were needed to meet the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan guiding principles. So next we looked at the 500-year level flood protection, and this is very similar to what council approved in 2018. And the only difference really was considering that land use change. And what's different about this proposed design is really this orange area, which is an area of fill, and that's to offset the inundation impacts and still meet the guidance from the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan guiding principles. And we looked at a midpoint as well to see if there was benefits for a combination of the land use change and also reducing the design flood event. So we considered an approximate 200-year flood event or flood level of protection, and we found that to support that land use change that I mentioned, you still need a very large amount of fill. You don't need as much fill for the land use change, and you also don't need as much inundation area or detention volume to meet the flood design criteria. So we've looked at costs related to this, and we've really tried to represent all the costs that we know to date for the project. So we've really looked at flood mitigation costs, earth fill cost, and then also impacts to the CU South property. And the cost for the projects range from $66 million for the 100-year all the way up to $96 million for the 500-year. And you'll see that the 500-year and the 200-year cost estimates are relatively close, and that's related to that earth fill that's needed for the land use change. So another key component on the property is the CU South levee, which is an existing structure on the property, and it's really was constructed. It's a FEMA certified levee, but the presence of the levee does not impact the flood mitigation design. So what that essentially means is you can have the levee or the levee can be removed and it wouldn't impact the design as it's been proposed. And the levee's riprap armored on the outside. If you've been to the site, you've probably walked on the trail and seen what the levee looks like on the property. So the levee is also important for the land uses that were proposed in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan guiding principles. So you'll notice the open space other designation that is actually related to the levee, and that northernmost boundary of the open space other is actually related to the inundation limits we would expect if the levee were actually removed. So the removal of the levee would allow for connection of the historic South Boulder Creek floodplain and also could provide mitigation and restoration opportunities to offset environmental impacts from the more structural components of the project. So it's important to note out there are impacts to open space, and the habitat around this area is very high quality on the existing OSMP property and part of the South Boulder Creek State Natural Area. The OSMP property contains 2 threatened species protected under the Threatened and Endangered Species Act, which are the Preble's meadow jumping mouse and the Ute Lady's Trust orchid. There's also environmentalist sensitive species on the site, as well as high value wetlands and tall grass prairie habitats, which are rare and very valuable for this area. So as I mentioned before, one of the other things that we found through the landowner negotiation process was that the flood wall actually would need to be located on existing OSMP property, and there would be impacts to existing OSMP property. So we would expect those impacts to be in approximately 5 acres along US 36 shown on this figure. So you can see US 36 there, and the 5 acres is hatched. So at the February 25th study session, we presented this trade-off summaries to council. And really, to recap, what this trade-offs found was really project feasibility became more challenging as the design flood level was increased. Costs significantly increased to provide protection above the 100-year flood, and that's mainly due to the fill required to meet the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan guiding principles. And impacts associated with the project also increase as the design flood increases over the 100-year, and that's also related to that earth fill. So it's a much larger project footprint, as you saw from those previous figures. And we also wanted to highlight just the downstream flood benefits that the project does provide. As I mentioned before, life safety is a primary driver for the project. And it's important to note on this slide that even with a 100-year level flood protection, it does provide benefit during a 500-year flood, as it will store some of that peak, and it would reduce the flood limits and also potentially reduce the risk downstream. Okay, so that's all my presentation. As I mentioned, it's just a recap, and I'm going to kick it back over to Joe.
Thank you, Brandon. And so I think those last few slides that Brandon presented, a lot of that was just a recap from the February 25th study session. And the last slides and the trade-offs that council asked us to bring for February 25th, as we've gone through the public process and thought more about the project, nothing's really changed in that trade-off table. And so our opinion of the feasibility of the project and the various flood levels remains the same. And so next was going to turn it over to Joanna Bloom to take us through the board and public engagement process that we've been working on since February 25th.
Thanks, Joe. So yeah, as Joe mentioned, I'm Joanna Bloom. I'm the Utilities Business Relations Manager, and I'll give a brief overview of community engagement since February 25th. Before I started, I did just want to recognize that we received an enormous amount of feedback, and this brief presentation won't be able to capture all of the feedback that we heard, but I did include the staff included a detailed summary in the meeting materials. There are board members here that can expand on what we say based on the discussions that happened at the individual board meetings. And then, as Joe mentioned, there's plenty of city staff here to answer any questions you might have. And Brandon, thanks for going through the slides. I'll just say next slide if I get a chance. So at the February 25th study session, council asked staff to go back out to advisory boards and to the community to collect feedback on specific topic areas. Those included flood project funding, environmental impacts and mitigation opportunities, the role of the existing CU levy, and climate change considerations related to the proposed flood design. So beginning in March, staff, in consultation with the process subcommittee and in coordination with the city's engagement office, began preparing an in-person public engagement process. COVID response required us to shift to an all virtual platform. And so between April 3rd and this meeting, staff has attended 3 board meetings, has hosted an online Be Heard Boulder site, and also hosted an online community information session. Notice for these meetings, next slide, please, was given primarily through social media sites, department newsletters, the project and the city websites, as well as in the newspaper and news from City Hall. Next slide, please. So the first step along the way was at the Water Resources Advisory Board, where the board recommended that the Variant 1 100-year alternative be moved into preliminary design. This recommendation is consistent with previous recommendations, and there was feedback from the board that there's a sense of urgency to move the project forward. With regard to funding, the board recommended that South Boulder Creek funding be considered in the broader citywide context of flood needs. The board also recommended that future councils seek alternative sources of funding for the earth fill costs related to the project design or to the projects. There wasn't a ton of discussion about the levy. As Brandon mentioned, it doesn't have a flood design impact. And the board was generally supportive of the project approach to evaluate voluntary measures to address climate change. That being said, dissenting board opinions did encourage a greater level of protection given climate change considerations. Dissenting opinions also asked for more evaluation time to give consideration to alternative project approaches and to project design. Next slide, please. So the next engagement opportunity was through Be Heard Boulder. There were generally 3 tools available for engagement through this site, and I'll walk through each of those tools. To date, we've had about 1,600 visits to the site. The first tool that was available for participants to use was a guest book where folks could leave a comment. We had roughly 200 visitors to the site, and staff received 46 comments from 36 individual commenters. The majority of the comments suggested advancing the Variant 1 100-year design, while other comments dealt with advocated for higher levels of flood protection, consideration of project alternatives, and expressed concerns about project costs. Next slide, please. So I won't read this next slide to you, but I did just want to show you a flavor of the comments that we received, and just remind you that all of the comments that we received on the guest book are included in attachment D to the meeting materials, so you can see all of them there. Next slide. So the second tool was a question and answer forum where visitors could ask questions and receive a written response from staff. The forum was open for 2 weeks, and in that 2-week period, staff answered 73 individual questions, which some of them had multiple questions in there, which ended up being slightly over 100 in the end, from 28 individual contributors. The graph here to the right shows the area of interest, with the highest levels of interest in the areas of annexation, project costs, permitting, and other technical flood design details. Next slide, please. And again, I won't read this to you, but I did just want to show you what the question and answers look like, and remind those listening that the Be Heard Boulder site is still up and available, and you can read through all of the question and answers and comments in the site materials. Next slide. Brandon, this is a weird slide that you'll click through that has animation. And while Brandon's clicking through those, this slide does give a slight deviation. The focus of this engagement session or this period was really to focus on flood design. However, since we had the Be Heard Boulder tool out, we did want to take the opportunity to ask the community about topics of interest related to annexation to inform future engagement opportunities. So this was a real general survey that we gave people where we asked them to rank areas of interest 1 through 9. They could also enter their own area of interest, with 9 being of greatest interest. And the numbers that you see here in the graphic show the average ranking of each topic area. And again, this isn't being used immediately for this engagement process, but it will help us sequence topics as we move more into the annexation process, and will help us shape our engagement in the next phase. So staff attended the planning board meeting on May 7th. The planning board did not take action, but they did provide statements on both flood mitigation and annexation. Like the community, the board expressed varying opinions about levels of flood protection, flood project costs, and the role of the board related to the flood project. They also stressed the importance of early warning systems related to flood. As far as annexation goes, they did have a discussion about how to bring the guiding principles into a level of specificity in an annexation agreement. And I won't speak much to that now, although I know a planning board representative is here and can potentially answer questions related to that later. Next slide. Staff also held a community information session. This is still online and available for viewing. We provided a flood design overview. We covered some of the Be Heard Boulder themes that we were hearing, and we talked about some of the engagement opportunities available. Prior to attending the Open Space Board of Trustees meeting, staff held site tours for open space trustees and talked about project alternatives and environmental resources in the area just south of CU South. Staff also compiled a video tour that is available for viewing online, and there's also a related technical data packet that's available online related to environmental resources and other project alternatives. At the actual Open Space Board of Trustees meeting, there were kind of two groups of feedback. One was responsive to the focused areas that council asked about. In those areas, the board indicated that the 100-year design had the least environmental impact, and the board also stressed the importance of removing the CU levee to reconnect the floodplain and also to provide on-site mitigation opportunities. The board also spent a significant amount of time discussing further recommendations where they emphasized the importance of further analysis of upstream alternatives and asked for more public engagement and time to review the project designs. They also had a recommendation on early warning systems related to flood. And that's all I have. And at that point, I can toss it back to you, Joe.
Thank you for that, Joanna. And I think prior to tonight, we presented a couple times to City Council, once back in November, if I'm remembering correctly, and then again at the February 25th study session. And I think at that time, before the pandemic situation, we were thinking we would be having this discussion in May, but the project had to shift by a month to adapt to the virtual working environment and virtual meetings. But it was always our intention to try to get to this place where we could reach a decision on the flood project and really have a transition and project phases. And we've been working on conceptual design up until this point. And depending on the outcome of tonight, and if we get a decision to move forward, the next phase would be preliminary design. And going back to the topic that Joanna covered with the public engagement, I think at times people expressed frustration because they were looking for a level of detail, and it really has to do with the phases of the project. And so as we move forward into preliminary design, we'll be able to start to get some of that detail and to answer some of those questions and show a little more clearly what the project is and what the impacts and things like that are. Just commenting on the public engagement process, I think in my opening remarks, I mentioned there were both positives and negatives of doing it virtually. And I think one of the pluses was the community engagement event that we did virtually. And we received a lot of positive feedback from that, including from people who maybe don't agree with the track that we're on. So that was a good thing, and something that when we get back to normal times, we may adapt into our process going forward. The other thing I will say about the public engagement process, at each stop, there have been a lot of public testimony at the board meetings, a lot of emails to the board and council, and there are definitely mixed opinions on this project and what we should be doing. And what I would say is there is not consensus of what should happen, not only with the flood design, but things associated with the land use, and people have very strong feelings about it, which I'm sure that will be the case tonight when we get to the point of public comment. So that's what I wanted to say, and I'm not sure if we want to move to the board chair input, or if council has questions, and I guess I would ask the mayor where we go from here.
So Joe, thank you very much, and thank you, Joanna and Brandon, for your presentation. So that's super helpful, well done, and appreciate the directness of the presentation. We do not have any hands up, so I would suggest that we have the three board chairs give a quick summary of how the discussion was for each of the boards, and then we can move on to public comment. and I guess I would say, I'll say it now and I'll say it again before public comment, but the focus of tonight's decision really is about flood protection. So there are questions about annexation and fill and a whole bunch of attendant issues that we will get to later, but the focus for tonight really is about flood protection and flood design. So with that, Joe, I'll hand it back to you to bring forward the board chairs.
And I think just going in the order that the meetings occurred, and Sarah, if we can bring Kirk Vincent, who is the chairperson of RAB, and give him a few minutes. And Brandon, maybe if we could take the presentation screen down for a second.
Great. And while we're getting ready for that, I'll just note that I have Mark Wallach's hand raised. I think we'll do questions, Mark, after we hear from the three board chairs. So we'll kind of ask questions that could include anything from staff or the boards.
That was my question, when to do that. Thanks.
Okay, great. So Kirk, we can hear you. Are you ready? Yeah, we can see you and hear you.
Yeah. As our board of directors, council has the responsibility to balance the many city needs and desires, but RAB's role focuses on a specific purview, namely to understand and support the fundamental missions of the city's utility division, which is life safety, and to pay attention to the customer's pocketbooks. I think it's fair to say that RAB members, like other engaged community members, have followed the City of South debate closely, and they have a variety of opinions about larger issues at play. But when it comes to our formal actions, we've restricted ourselves to our purview. We focused on what plan can help protect residents from flood risks and do this in a cost-effective manner while balancing the West Valley exposure to risk with other priorities citywide. 2 years ago, RAB supported several options for CU South, including the one it recommended again in April, namely Variant 100. We supported this approach because it accomplishes the flood protection goals consistent with the city's flood and stormwater master plan, has the best chance of being permitted and be built in a cost-effective and timely manner. While our 2018 decision was unanimous, our discussion earlier this year was split. But I think it's fair to say that everyone on the board has consistently viewed the lack of flood protection in the West Valley as the most glaring flood risk to city residents. That's why we urged swift action 2 years ago and again in April in support of Variant 100. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kirk. And Kirk, if you'll stay around for a few minutes, we may have questions for you after the other two boards have presented.
Next up is David Ensign, who is the co-chair of the planning board. David?
Great. Good evening, Council. It's good to see you. I'm filling in for our chair, who's Harmon Zuckerman, but he's in a meeting tonight and asked me to fill in. Planning board appreciated the chance to take a look at the current state of the CU South flood mitigation approach and to help move towards an excellent annexation agreement. You're probably familiar with our role in the 2015 major update to the comp plan, where we were pretty involved with the guiding principles and developing the land use map. So last time we weighed in was in 2018, and in our May 7th meeting, we focused on two key issues, and I'll just give you some feedback on those two key issues that we talked about. Issue one was the input on flood mitigation. There were no specific or overriding concerns brought up with any of the options with regard to the BVCP guiding principles, though it was acknowledged that there were trade-offs. For example, an option may provide higher level of flood protection, but be less desirable for its impact on open space. Most planning board members were supportive of option 100 year, if that proves to be the best direction to pursue, taking into account all the public interests involved. One planning board member had concerns that option 100-year, is a divergence from the board's recommendation in 2018 that flood mitigation be for 500-year scenario, and that other mitigation options be examined. However, the general board opinion was that over the last 2 years, there's been a lot of additional learnings, and planning board did state in the 2018 motion that board preferences should not result in an undue delay in the progress of the project. There was some concern expressed about the city covering the cost of the landfill required for the portion of the site designated as public. The board would encourage staff and council to see if this is an area for negotiation. In general, planning board does not see their role as getting in the way of progress on providing needed flood protection for Boulder residents. Protecting life and safety is the board's overwhelming concern. Though planning board was not asked to make a motion or vote on flood mitigation option, the general feel with one clear dissenting voice was that option 100 is an acceptable option. Key issue 2, we look forward to the annexation concepts. Planning board anticipates to have a significant role to play in making sure the annexation concepts result in outcomes that are not just acceptable, but desired by the City of Boulder community. There was agreement that use profiles and height limitations should be as clear and enforceable as possible in the annexation agreement. Board members felt that CU could bring a lot in terms of design guidelines, the use of technology and academic themes to the table, in creating a compelling agreement for how the developed area will be used. In absence of a site review at annexation, the public will benefit from contractual terms that make the outcomes more predictable. There is much interest from planning board that housing make up a significant portion of the use profile for the site to address recognized need for CU faculty and staff to be able to live near where they work. There was discussion about the need to address transportation connections in the annexation agreement. It's assumed that primary access point is from Table Mesa Drive, and much care would be needed to put into the possibility of other connections. There was support for extensive bike and pedestrian permeability into and throughout the site, but vehicular access will need to be carefully thought out. The board feels that the BVCP guiding principles provide very compelling roadmap to language in the annexation agreement. Addressing each one of them in order can result in contractual language that will ensure both parties, city and CU, are comfortable with the eventual outcomes. Our May 7th review, those were the 2 key issues. Our May 7th review wasn't matters, and I want to point out that while we did get excellent public comment at the start of the meeting under general comment, Board Member Gerstle did express that a public hearing provides more robust format for public engagement, and he asked that to examine whether that could be done before this council meeting. The board agreed that there will need to be significant planning board public hearings leading to the finalization of the annexation agreement, since we have a strong role in creating those robust annexation concepts. We look forward to this work as negotiations move into the next phase.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
So next we have Kurt Brown, who is the chair of the Open Space Board of Trustees. I think.
I see Kurt, for what it's worth. I see a Kurt, C-U-R-T, which I believe is Kurt's name, but he's muted, but he is a panelist.
There we go.
There you are.
Okay. Thanks, Council, and good evening, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to our motions. And you've got our motions, so I'm not going to read them. We passed 2 substantive motions. The first was a recommendation that we, if Council concurs, we spend some additional time looking at the upstream option. And the other was on the flood protection levels for variant 1, and I'll touch on each of them. Really 2 reasons why we recommended some additional time to look at the upstream option. One is that we received some information from staff, and I want to thank both the open space and the utility staff for all the work they put into the analysis of the upstream option and doing the tours for the board. But some of the information we received was quite surprising, and it suggested that the majority of the flow in the 100-year flood was actually not along South Boulder Creek, but was quite a ways to the west and appeared to run into the south end of the CU levee. And so it begged the question of, well, what if we remove that levee? How much could be stored? And would that make a difference for the need to have the US 36 flood wall on the state natural area and the open space critical habitat? So that information seems to need some more analysis. And because that information and the rest of the information was received just before the meeting or during the meeting, we felt the public needed more time along with the board to digest this, to understand it, to have an interaction with the staffs, with the boards, with the public, to better understand the questions of the public and the board and make sure they're analyzed. So we proposed a period of time, maybe a month. The first step would be to get with staff and look at our work plan. In the motion, we put together a 5-step process that we thought could get to an answer on whether the upstream option was viable or not. And so the first step would be to look at that work plan with staff and see how it needed to be modified. So that's the motivation for our unanimous motion to have additional time, if council concurs, to look at the upstream option. The other motion directly addressed the question of flood protection levels for variant 1. And what the board is saying is, though, although we can't endorse variant 1 because of its impacts on open space, the way the motion was phrased, it said if council ultimately chooses to proceed with variant 1, it does appear, based on the analysis of the utility staff and the open space staff, that the 100-year flood protection option has the greatest flexibility for avoiding certain impacts to the environment in terms of particularly the length of the flood wall and then also the amount of fill that is put on OSO land. We did go on to state that under any level of flood protection for variant 1, it will be critical to remove the levee and to restore all of the OSO land to help offset the impacts to open space resources. As I think everyone understands, mitigation in the immediate project areas always desirable, and in many cases it's mandatory for regulatory compliance. So those are our recommendations. We also supported, as did planning, the efforts by the utility staff now to explore implementing an enhanced warning process for South Boulder Creek. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Kurt. Joe, you want to finish up?
Yeah, I just want to thank the board representatives for being willing to come here tonight and summarize your input. That was great. It's always difficult for staff to try and get that exactly right. So I think it's great for council and the public to hear that in your own words. So really appreciate that. And I think, you know, we're happy to answer any questions at this point. And as I mentioned before, there clearly are differing opinions and preferences on the project. You heard some of that from the board input. Staff feels that we have enough information to continue making progress on the variant 100. And so that was part of the motion that we put together, or that was the motion. That's our recommendation. We realize there are some unanswered questions, and what Kurt just said about the timing of the open space board receiving information is absolutely fair. And so for us as staff, Brandon and me especially, coming into this project midstream, middle or late 2019, the open space board meeting and the tours was really the first opportunity that we had process-wise to hear what they had in mind and what they were thinking about upstream. And it presented a pretty tight time frame to turn information around and get it to them for their board meeting. So I think our ask of council is for direction on the variant 100 and any other input you might have.
Great. Well, Thank you, Joe, and thank you to the board chairs who are here, and thank you also to the other staff, Brandon and Joanna, among others, and to the public who this has been a long road for everyone, which includes the public, so we appreciate your dedication and your input to this. So I see no hands up. So what I'm going to do is, okay, so there's some hands. So this is questions right now, and we can always ask questions after the public comment as well. So we'll start with questions. And again, the focus for tonight is really about flood protection and flood mitigation and the issues associated with that. So for questions, I have Rachel and then Mark. Rachel.
Don't hate me. It's not a question. I just wanted to say, as part of the subcommittee for process, thank you to all of the staff who worked so hard to limit the delay to just 1 month. I know that was a tall order and a big ask, and all the departments and all the staff did a great job, as well as the board. So before people take off, I just wanted to say thank you for your Herculean efforts here.
Thank you, Rachel. Mark?
This is for Joe. First, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for your quick response to a number of the questions that I asked on the hotline. It was very kind of you. My question for you, Joe, is will you be in a position to, if we make a designation tonight, to also run a parallel track to providing OSBT with the analysis and information that they've requested and seem to be ardently desirous of receiving? The fact that they have taken the stand that they have in their resolution, I call it a Spartacus moment of where they're almost, in rebellion. And I think that their thoughts may not bear fruit. But if there's a greater than zero probability that they might and provide some advantage to us, could we not get them that information and that analysis in a real-time frame that's useful to us?
Thank you for that question, Mark. And yeah, we're willing to have further discussion on the upstream options. In many of the public events, I talked about the relationship between utilities and open space, our departments and the board. And many of our projects are similar to this in that we don't own the underlying land, and we've had to do a disposal or get approval from the open space board. So if we can take a little more time to answer their questions and evaluate the other alternatives and have them be comfortable with the overall project direction, I think that's a worthwhile endeavor for us. I would be very interested in the details, as I'm sure my counterpart, Dan Burke, the open space director, would be in what that process looks like and the level of effort
Do you
have in mind.
And by the way, this is not in terms of delaying anything else. It's simply a parallel track. And how much time do you think you would need to conduct that parallel analysis?
I think they're asking for, if I heard it correctly, a month, another month. And certainly I think our staff team needs a little bit of a breather after the sprint that we've been on to get to this point. But I think within a month or two, I would not see us being able to work on a parallel track full time. Schedule wise, we could within a month or two continue on that parallel track, and it would just be a matter of detailing out what that looks like and how much time and funding you want us to put into it.
Is 2 months a reasonable time for you? And please be candid. It's whatever it is.
Schedule-wise, 2 months is reasonable, although we couldn't dedicate full time. It might be a matter of 2 or 3 weeks of staff hours to work with the board.
And just one last question. How many homes in Boulder are currently located in 100-year flood zones?
We know the answer to that question in utilities, but I don't know it off the top of my head. I know Douglas Sullivan is on the line. He may not have that, but he may be able to provide more context than I can.
And the reason I asked that is because Rab made a comment about equity in your projects, you know, that obviously whatever we do here is going to be very expensive and will involve resources that may not be then available for other projects. Are there other drainage areas at similar risk that we will not be able to service as a result of this?
Well, Kirk is still here, but my impression of their input was really looking at the 3 different alternatives and the dramatic difference in cost. And I think if you pose a question to anybody, would you rather have a higher level of flood protection? Of course, the answer is going to be yes. If that question's framed a little differently, and would you rather have a higher level of flood protection if that meant other places in the city had less funds to allocate to their needs? Then it becomes a more realistic question, in my opinion, a more balanced question. And I think that's how staff sees it. And I believe that may have been how the board was looking at it as well. But I will offer the opportunity for Kirk to further clarify if I've misstated that.
Kirk says thumbs up.
Yep.
Mary? Can you all hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to get back to where I was.
Go ahead.
I just have a quick question. I was rereading the motions from OSBT and their requests for analysis of the upstream motion. And I actually went back to last year's, or it was 2018, the discussions that we had regarding the upstream option. And the information was in 3 memos. And when I compare what is in there and what the board is asking for, it seems to me that a lot of the information is already out there and just needs to be compiled in one place. And I'm wondering if I have an incorrect interpretation of that.
So again, I can give my thoughts on what I believe in that regard, and Kurt is still here, so he can clarify as needed. I think, Mary, what you just said is largely true. And although we may have, and Brandon can clarify if I'm getting this wrong, we may have shown some graphics that were illustrated more a flow split that happens at US 93, Highway 93. And what happens during the flood and the way we model it is a portion of the water goes under the bridge as it's supposed to and follows down the main channel of South Boulder Creek. And as everyone knows, it's a really wide, flat floodplain there. And so once the bridge reaches its hydraulic capacity, water starts to overflow and overtop US 36. And it flows kind of in a southeasterly direction, and it's on the west side of the floodplain. And when you look at a graphic, it sure looks like a huge portion of the water would flow. If you just remove the levee, it would flow right into the CU South property. And for Brandon and me, we just learned at that time and during the tours, I think what the board had in mind, and that was if you just remove the levee, the water would flow in there and you could capture it there. and maybe not have any structures needed at all on open space property. And you could have the whole flood detention project located within the CU South property. Our consultants had actually done a two-dimensional model, flood model, with the levee removed. And while your mind's eye would tell you that all the water would flow in there, that's not actually what happens. And so we know at this point that there's not enough that flows in to just capture what goes in there. A small portion does, but it's not enough to prevent overtopping at US 36. And so I think that detail may be new information that the board hadn't seen or thought of before, and they potentially felt like they didn't have a lot of time to process it. And so I think the question is, what options would that present if you captured the small portion that goes in there? Could that eliminate a big portion of the downstream flood components, or could you completely eliminate them? Our opinion is that would not be the case, but I think the board would like to explore that with us further.
Thank you. And I'm just wondering if you have volumetric numbers to put to that split, and if that would provide some insight.
Yeah, I think we have some slides on this. I don't know how much detail you want to get into, but in general, if I'm remembering correctly, there's about 7,000 cubic feet per second that comes down the valley in the 100-year flood, and roughly 4,500 of it goes in that split to the west. When it gets to the portion of the CU levee, about 800, if you remove the levee, the model run our consultants did, about 850 CFS goes in there. And they calculated the volume that goes through there, and it's about 200 acre feet. So if you just captured what went in there naturally, that would be 200 acre feet of storage. But for Brandon and me, that would not eliminate the variant 1 features. We would still need them.
And the total volume for flood detention is how many acre feet?
Brandon, it's 470
acre feet for the 100-year right now. So it's important to know that that's the way the flows work out is that's actually what would be flowing to the West Valley overflow. So there is a timing issue related to that. So our design right now has about 470 acre feet. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that information.
Junie and then Rachel.
Thank you. I just have a question. I don't know if you mentioned that earlier. Again, technology, I'm having a problem hearing well. And I'm wondering, my question is the utility of having this research. And my question is whether the upstream retention also will have an impact on whether, because of that little strip of open space, and I'm wondering, does that really impact whether it will be utilized or not?
Do you mean the strip of open space next to US 36?
Yes.
No, it would still be needed. It's possible that you could do some combined storage of upstream and what we're proposing. The flood wall might be less tall, but you would be introducing a new set of infrastructure in another location and potentially new impacts. And so definitely a conversation we can continue with the open space board. And I meant to, when I answered the last question, I gave my impression of what we were thinking for Mary's question, but I don't know if Kurt had anything to add to that or if that was a fair characterization.
Yeah, Joe, I think that gets to one of the key questions. And some of what we're trying to do is figure out how to explicate these analyses in a way that the public can understand, because it is true that right now we have sort of two data points that seem to the lay public contradictory, where we've got almost 4,500 cubic feet per second that seem to be going towards the gravel pit, and then staff saying the analysis suggests 800 is all that would get in there. And so I think that's needs some additional analysis and sort of daylighting for the public to make sure that they can understand the limitations. Obviously, we need to work backwards from the question of how much of the flood do we need to store upstream before the flood wall can be removed, because that's the purpose of all this. We're not looking at an upstream option just to do an upstream option. It would be to avoid the need to put the flood wall into the state natural area. So you sort of work back from that. And I think staff have figured out what they think the answer is. It may just not be evident to the board and the public at this point. And also part of the question is, well, how much more can you divert from that westerly flow into the gravel pit using some relatively small infrastructure? Nobody wants to build a flood wall from east of Boulder Creek all the way across the valley. I think that's been dismissed a long time ago. But looking at these new flow volumes, it just made us think, wow, we should take a more careful look at that. So I think that's what this is about. Thanks, Joe.
Great. Rachel?
I'm kind of colloquying on Mary's question, just trying to better understand what is the new modeling, Joe, that you see being done, and understanding that we are in sort of a budgetary crisis with reduced staff. What is the cost for that modeling for the time? And so what's different that you haven't looked at already that's being asked for? And what are the costs associated?
I think that kind of remains to be seen, depending on what the questions the board and the public has that they would like us to answer. It's possible we've all, just from what we've described, that we've already done modeling, and if we had more time to sit down and explain it, that would be satisfactory. I know from talking to Brandon earlier today, even with modern computers, this sophisticated two-dimensional model that's used my understanding is when the consultant does a run, it takes days for the computer to churn through that and do an answer. So it might take them 40 hours to do one run, and then another block of time in a subsequent 40 hours for staff to review it and present it. But Brandon, I'll let you clarify or correct what I just said.
Sure, and there's just a few things I think that I should hit on the upstream. So 2018, we did look at the upstream, so Mary's correct on that. And really the goal of the upstream in 2018 when we looked at it was, could we remove the flood wall along US 36? And that was really looking at limiting any construction impacts related to the wall that would have to be on open space. And so that's what we considered, and we came up with two options. So we really looked at what was considered a community upstream option that was brought forth to us, really trying to generate storage on the CU South property and keeping all our infrastructure on the CU South property. And we found that we still needed a flood wall with that alternative. And then our consultant also expanded that idea and looked at how much storage could we generate on the CU South property without expanding the footprint, and that still required a flood wall. So I think that's really the question we're trying to answer with OSBT. We know we can't keep our infrastructure in the CU South boundary and get the flood wall removed. So that's kind of a fundamental thing, and that's what we tried to present. So really, it's what is the configuration that we would be looking at to do additional modeling on, or is it, like Joe said, is it modeling we already have? And I'm trying to further clarify that. And it sounds like that may be the case, and it's just kind of the nature of the outreach we were doing and our understanding of what the question was being asked of us, of why that timing didn't really work out great. But I think a lot of the numbers that you're asking for are there. I think a lot of the information's there, and If we can answer it with information we already have, that would be great. It would be a matter of what are we actually trying to accomplish? And really, do we need to do new design layouts on top of the hydraulic modeling to figure out how those actually impact the floodplain?
And if we do have to do the 40 hours modeling and follow up ballpark cost of that?
I guess it would depend. It's hard to get nailed down on there, but I told Joe I think it'd take about 40 hours just to model it. And then I think as a city staff, we'd want to review what the results are and also put that in a memo that could be distributed publicly as well. I don't know. It's something that if we had a good scope, I could take the consultant and get a cost for, is what I would say. Is I really need to get a really defined scope of what we're trying to accomplish with this. Sorry. I would like to have a better number. I just not 100% clear on what we're trying to provide at this point.
And I'm quickly chipping away at my calculator, just knowing what consultant billing rates are and things like that. And I could see it, easily being $10,000 or $20,000 to do that. But what I will say is, going back to my point earlier of the importance of the relationship with the Open Space Board, combined with what I feel like is really a lot of misinformation that's out there and misperceptions of facts. If we could spend that kind of money to clear that up and get consensus once and for all on what happens, and if that could bring the community more together on this project, I might pay that personally. I don't have it, but
yeah. Okay. So let's see. One thing I'm going to start with, Kurt and others, if you could mute your microphone, that would be great. And then I think we are ready for public comment. I don't see any more hands up. So before we go there, I do want to point out that we've received texts and emails that channel 8 has not been working. If that's the case, you can go on YouTube to see it. You can also go onto the city website. And I will now turn it to Sarah Huntley, both to talk about that issue and also, I'm sorry, Mary, you have something?
Yes, I do. I have just one more question, trying to figure out what the scope is and what we might want to do. In your presentation, slide 21, that has it's the project trade-off summary. And it has project criteria, which includes total project costs and environmental impacts, project feasibility, among other items. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm looking at. And I would like to propose as part of something to consider from the public before we go to the public hearing is if we were to insert in this summary the upstream option, if that would satisfy one, the Open Space Board of Trustees and the public, would that provide some more clarity on this option? So just putting that out there for feedback before we go to the public hearing.
Okay. So, Mark?
Just very quickly, I thought that's a great suggestion, Mary. I would endorse that.
Okay. So I think we're ready to go to the public hearing. Sarah will talk about how pooling works in a moment. I do want to remind everyone that the decision that council is considering tonight really has to do with flood design and flood protection. So to the folks who are going to comment to us, we will absolutely consider anything you say about any subject, but what will inform our discussion the most will be commentary that has to do with how the flood design impacts both safety and the other considerations for the project. So Sarah, you're up.
Thank you, Sam. Just to reiterate what the mayor already said, Comcast is having issues tonight broadcasting on Channel 8 and the other broadcast channel that they run for us. We are live streaming this meeting on YouTube City Council channel as well as on our website. So I know folks who are trying to watch on the TV probably can't hear this announcement, but if you have friends who are having difficulty watching, if you could please share that information. We're trying to see if Comcast can put something up on the screen while their system is down, but we're having some difficulty getting them to do that because their system is down. Okay, so for tonight, originally we had 46 people signed up to speak. We've since heard from the clerk's office that 2 individuals have withdrawn their names from speaking. So we have 44 people tonight. I do know there was confusion about getting the link, and I want to assure people that I have gone through the list, and all but 3 people who have signed up to speak are physically in this meeting and will be given a chance to speak. So I'm pretty confident that if you signed up to speak, you will get a turn. For expediency's sake, I'm going to name the 3 people who I don't see in this meeting because we have a lot of people in the meeting who were not signed up to speak. And I'm afraid that somebody may be logged on with a different name, and I'll need you to chat with me to let me know that so that when we get to your name, we know how to call on you. So the 3 people who signed up who I'm not seeing in this online space are Karen Trout, Daniel Evans, and Andy Schwartz. Everybody else who's on the list, I see you and we'll be able to call on you one at a time. We did have some questions about pooling tonight, and the way we're going to do pooling is when we call on you, if you're the individual who is going to speak and you need 2 people to cede their time, they need to have signed up in advance and they need to be in this meeting. So when we unmute you, you would simply say that you're wishing to pool. Tell us the 2 people you're pooling with. Give me a second to quickly check in with those folks to make sure that they're willing to cede their time to you, and then we'll go ahead and allow you to pool. If you're somebody who's pooling and you happen to be on the list before the speaker you're pooling with, again, just indicate that you are ceding your time to somebody else, and I'll make a note on the list so that when we get to the main speaker, we know that we can proceed with them having some extra time. I hope that's clear. We will not need to use the raise hand function tonight because we do have a list of people who have registered to speak. Sam, I do think it's helpful if you can name the 3 people, the first person who's going to speak as well as the 2 people who will be following that individual so that they can virtually queue up and prepare themselves. And then I think we just need to know how much time you're going to allow for speakers tonight. We do have quite a few.
Okay, very good. So with no further ado, we will turn to the public hearing at this point. Our first 3 speakers are Bill Wood, Patricia Carden, and Mike Duffy. So Bill, you're up.
And Sam, each person gets 2 minutes?
Yeah, each person gets 2 minutes. There are 40 plus signed up. So yeah, 2 minutes apiece.
I would like to pool with Pat Carden, the second speaker.
Okay, and who else would like to pool? So I'll move to Pat Carden. Pat, who are your 2? We have Bill Wood. Who's your other partner? Pat, you are muted. You may need to, there you go.
My understanding was I could, with just 2 people pool, I could cede 1 minute to Bill.
No, the way it works is if you have 3 people pooled, 1 person can speak for 4 minutes. So either you each get 2 minutes.
1 person pooled?
No.
Repeat that?
No. 1 person may not pool. In order to double your speaking time, it takes 2 people to cede time to you. So if you'd like to wait and try and find a second person, we could move on and come back to you. It's up to you.
I do not wish to speak. I wish to donate my time to Bill Wood.
Okay. Bill, are you intending to speak for 4 minutes?
3, probably.
You will need another person, so you can have 2 minutes now, or you can have 2 people with you to pool. It sounds to me like you should go and just speak for 2 minutes unless you have somebody else lined up ahead of time.
I'm not going to speak, actually. I'm going to sing you a song about flood mitigation. And the song is 2.5 minutes long.
All right, very good. Go for it.
All right. So my name is Bill Wood. I'm a resident at the Fraser Meadows Retirement Community. And I'm going to sing you a song about flood mitigation that is popular at Fraser these days. How well we remember the Great Boulder Flood in September of 2013, when the city was awash in water and in mud, the most frightening storm that we had ever seen. Badly hit were the neighborhoods around South Boulder Creek, homes destroyed, cars and trucks tossed around. While at Fraser, our heroic staff kept working through the night, and they rescued all the ill and wheelchair bound. We're apprehensive because another flood could come any day. The question isn't if, but only when. We must work together now to mitigate this threat, so we'll never face a flood like this again. But now 6 years have passed and council still has not approved the plan. They can't seem to reconcile their points of view. Some have environmental issues, some want growth and others don't, and some just hate cooperating with CU. But look at how we all cooperate to stop COVID-19, compromising to help get each other through. Your approval of this plan could save several thousand lives, and we're now expecting compromise from you. We're apprehensive because another flood could come any day. We're not much safer now than we were then. So we need your cooperation here to mitigate this threat, so we'll never face a flood like this again.
But I'm gonna have the rest for lunch.
Now, if anyone could ask you who was it wrote this song, are you hearing me?
We can hear you.
Now, if anyone should ask you who was it wrote this song, tell them that I may no longer be around. Because if you don't okay the Variant 1 100-year flood plan, I'll have to go and find a home on higher ground. It's time to act.
Thank you, Bill. So I take it then that Pat is not going to speak here. Then we have Mike Duffy, Michael Browning, and Margaret McCombs. Mike, you are up.
Mike, you should be queued.
Evening, can you hear me?
You can.
All right. That's a tough act to follow. Of the $66 million council intends to approve to build the Variant 1 option 100-year plan, $25 million is earmarked for specific CU requirements. A sure sign of a poorly designed project includes refilling a depleted gravel mine with 1.5 million cubic yards of imported aggregate at a cost of $10 million. That's about 130,000 10-yard deliveries. If you wanted to complete that in 5 years, it's a delivery truck every 6 minutes, 5 days a week, 10 hours a day for 5 years. So city staff has accepted CU's exorbitantly high estimate pricing of $3 to $5 million for each of the replacement of the tennis courts, maintenance shed, and South Loop Road. Unclear whether the city or CU will build these and how the funds will be properly managed by the city. But this must be clarified before the first shovel meets the first blade of grass. 2 years ago, council approved the Variant 1 500-year South Boulder Creek flood mitigation plan, estimated to cost $35 million. Today, we're ready to approve the option 100-year plan that costs $31 million more, while flood protection for West Valley residents will be greatly reduced and benefits to the university greatly enhanced. As we face the real cost of the South Boulder Creek flood mitigation, annexation of the property for development of a currently unplanned campus, we need council and staff project management to insist on limiting costs to ratepayers rather than rolling over for CU's laundry list of improvements so they can continue to stubbornly insist on building in a floodplain while holding the flood mitigation hostage. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Mike. We have Michael Browning, Margaret LeCompte, and Francis Hartog. Michael.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to urge you to really carefully read and fully implement the terms of the June 6, 2020 motion that was passed by OSBT. That motion makes clear that the OSBT will not provide the needed approval for the disposition of the 5 acres until there's a robust and complete study of the upstream detention option on parcel OSO. That's because if that option is feasible, it will reduce the impacts on very sensitive environmental areas. There's still a lot of confusion about whether that detention is sufficient or not. The board was only presented analysis at its meeting in June and didn't have an opportunity to look at the background information. That information needs to be provided and reviewed in detail. There also needs to be an examination of other creative aspects of that. I mean, what would be the cost of excavating additional capacity on that OSO property? What's the possibility of building some additional detention ponds on that property to increase capacity? There are a lot of things that I think staff has overlooked and hurried through that need analysis. And that's an analysis that is necessary not just to get OSBT approval, but it's going to be required when you go to the federal permitting agencies to get their approval as well. The city's going to have to show that all feasible alternatives have been fully and completely studied. And so that needs to be done now, or you're going to be faced with the same situation of going back to the drawing board and starting over again like you were when CDOT withheld its approval for using its right-of-way for the flood project. So take a careful look at that motion, fully implemented. It's going to save time and money in the long run, and it'll provide information that's sorely needed both by the public and OSBT to make an informed decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. We have Margaret LeCompte, Francis Hartog, and Mark Gelbane.
Sam, before I pull up the next speaker, so I have gotten information that one of the groups who's been organizing speakers tonight has sent out erroneous information about the pooling rules. So there's a lot of confusion amongst people who are on the line. It is clear to me from looking at our council participation page, which is where people had to sign up, that we have the rules clearly explained there, but there is some confusion. So I just want to make you aware of that.
Very good. Well, as we now know the rules, I would encourage people who have been planning on pooling 2 people to work to get 3 people. Otherwise, each of the 2 people can speak for 2 minutes. So with that, we've got Margaret LeCompte.
You will need to unmute.
Okay, am I unmuted now?
You are, we can hear you.
Okay, I want you to imagine that CU has already built its campus at CU South and that the Variant 1 flood design has already been constructed. Forget about the big green artist rendering that you've been seeing. Instead, imagine you're driving into Boulder on Highway 36 northbound. As you descend into Boulder, you see the flood works and the entire campus of CU in the valley below. 1,250 residences, 8 academic buildings, tennis courts, playing fields, locker rooms, and audience bleachers, maintenance facilities, even a fire station. You wouldn't see ponds and green space. There'd only be a little of the state natural area left. Increased water pollution would pour into South Boulder Creek, and there'd be increased noise, crowding, light pollution from sports events, more crowding, and bigger traffic jams. Is this the kind of environment the city of Boulder would be proud of? Now, imagine as soon as you cross South Boulder Creek, your view to the west would be obscured by the flood wall required for Variant 1. The top of the flood wall is at an elevation of 5,364 feet. Just west of South Boulder Creek, the roadway is at an elevation of 5,370 feet. But the roadway drops steadily going west until it's 100 feet lower at the foothills on-ramp to 36. Effectively, Hopefully, you're going to be driving alongside the Great Wall of Boulder, rising 7 feet above you. And it would be even worse along the bike path. No mountain views, no green space, just traffic jams and exhaust fumes and graffiti all over the flood wall. Is this how Boulder wants to introduce residents and visitors to our city? I would really like for the city to address the myriad still unanswered questions from the public so that we can get some consensus on flood design. And I would like to see you use the whole floodplain for flood mitigation and detention. To give the Open Space Board of Trustees the data they've requested for years, and follow the Boulder Valley comp plan suggestions that an alternative site be found for CU's campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. So next we have Francis Hartog, Mark Gelban, and Jan Burton. Francis.
Hey, good evening, Council. I think we all recognize the urgency to provide reassurance to people who've made their homes in the floodplain. But before you vote tonight, please consider the following. Do direct utilities to do the work to provide to the Open Space Board of Trustees the information trustees set forth in their June 3rd motion, as previously requested in 2018 and 2019. This would include analysis of upstream flood detention options to reduce or eliminate the need for construction of a flood wall in open space and state natural area lands. Second, as you are aware, constructing the flood wall on open space lands would require a disposal decision by a majority of the Open Space Board of Trustees under Section 177 of the Open Space Charter. Understandably, it does not appear that a majority of trustees support disposal, especially in light of their requested information not yet being provided. Lastly, as a former open space trustee myself, I'm deeply concerned that if ecologically valuable open space land can be destroyed for a construction project, how can Boulder's citizens trust that future open space land will be preserved as intended by the Open Space Charter? Indeed, why should Boulder's citizens approve continued funding for open space if these lands are not to be preserved? Let's all remember that open space is not a fungible commodity to be destroyed at will for alternative city purposes. Thanks so very much.
Thank you, Francis. Next, Mark Gelban, Jan Burton, and Ben Bender. Mark.
Hey, Sam, I can't see the time ticker.
You're 2 minutes. It hasn't started yet, and I'll tell you when it's up. You're
all right. Thank you. All right. So based on former Mayor Leslie Durgan's telling, the city had ample opportunity to purchase the gravel pit next to the freeway in 1996. But it was so damn undervalued at the time as any kind of environmental piece. The open space director just kept telling the owner no, and kept telling council and the city manager, don't worry, we can just wait it out and get this land real cheap. Those delay tactics didn't work well. Getting flood protection for South Boulder residents in the Creek floodplain has been an urgent issue since 2000. How is it that we're here 20 years later at the same place we were 20 years ago? More failure, and even worse, we saw the devastation unleashed on those in the South Boulder Creek floodplain in 2013. Then it purportedly became even more urgent. Yet in August of 2018, and how many years have Sam and Mary sat on council that we've been discussing this? We decided to delay even further and study that upstream option solution that RAB and city paid consultants, 1.1 million, had already said was unfeasible. Great when we spend 1.1 million on experts we decide to ignore. Wonder what we could do with that cash now. In that same meeting, Sam became a water flow engineer and poo-pooed the recommended 500-year variant and lambasted staff as noted in the Tipton report problems, which seems to be carrying over tonight. Like, hey, do this for us. Give us your expert opinion and then just STFU. That's a great work environment for professional city staff. Then all of a sudden, based on private meetings with then Mayor Susan Jones and new CDOT Director Shoshana Liu, that plan was off the table. No transparency, no reporting back to the public, just some private meetings that we still don't know about. And in that time, the cost has grown significantly. We've delayed further. and we're just using a bunch of canards to put our community at risk. Stop delaying and do something.
Hey, Sam, you're muted.
Thank you, Adam. It's not a Zoom night if we don't do that once. Next, we have Jan Burton, Ben Bender, and Ray Bridge. Jan?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Weaver and Council. Thank you for your work during these difficult times. And thank you to staff for your continued work and rework of this CU South project, a project that is more political than it should be. Mayor Weaver indicated that the focus of this hearing is on flood mitigation and flood protection. There have been 17 years of studies, community input, board recommendations, and council decisions. Yet we are no closer to the solution than we were after the last flood in 2013. If there was ever a Groundhog Day, this would be it. For those who are recommending more studies, more time, more foot dragging, 17 years is not long enough. They will continue because they don't want development on the property. They want to keep quote unquote open space for dog walking or views. They hate CU or wish CU had not acquired the property or whatever reasons they dream up. Unfortunately, these groups, people, and organizations do not have the safety of their neighbors as a priority. They will continue to demand delays forever because there's no skin off their backs. They don't live in harm's way. Health and safety is job number one of a city council member. And in the case of COVID-19, you've acted with a sense of urgency and group cohesion. Please consider the potential urgency of another flood that could happen at any time. Isn't 17 years long enough? Please take action to protect your residents and constituents. Option one, 100 year. You know all the benefits. A unanimous vote tonight would send a strong message to the community that you take flood protection seriously. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jan. Next, we have Ben Bender, Ray Bridge, and Stephen Talene. Ben, you're up. Ben, you may need to unmute. There you go.
Good evening. In 2018, the City Council approved the Variant 1 500-year flood mitigation plan. It is a good, cost-effective plan, but CU did not like it, and the city executed a $112,000 contract to develop 3 new options. The public was not able to comment on the new options until the 3 options were baked. Option 1 is identical to the old Variant 1 100-year plan, except the cost increased from $35 million to $66 million. In option 1, the city will now spend $10 million for fill to raise CU's tennis courts above the 500-year floodplain, and another $5 million to demolish the existing tennis courts and rebuild them on top of the fill. With respect to equity, your new option 1 reduces flood protection for residents to 100-year floods while spending $15 million to provide 500-year flood protection for CU's tennis courts. CU insists the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan guiding principles requires the city to provide 129 acres above the 500-year floodplain. There is nothing to support that claim. Have you received a legal opinion on this issue? The other 2 options are so ludicrous, such as importing 100,000 truckloads of fill to replace the sand and gravel removed from CU's gravel pit, that the only reason they were included is to make option 1 look good. Boulder should not pay to refill CU's gravel pit. All 3 of your new options should be rejected, and you should proceed with the previously approved Variant 1 500-year plan. If CU doesn't like it, let the world know that a university which purports to be a leader of environmental design violated the most basic principles of environmental design by purchasing a flood-prone gravel pit at the foot of a major drainage basin, removed ponds and riparian areas from the reclamation plan, used a 6,000-foot earthen levee to divert floodwaters around a natural floodplain, obliterated wetlands, and is now refusing to allow the city to expeditiously develop a flood control project needed to protect residents. To learn more about the history of South Boulder Creek flood mitigation, a video of the talk that I gave to the Boulder community can be viewed on YouTube. Just search for my name, Ben Binder, B-I-N-D-E.
Thank you, Ben. Next, we have Ray Bridge, Steve Talene, and Magdalena Rizka. Ray?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I strongly urge the council to direct staff to provide the analysis of upstream alternatives that has been requested by the Open Space Board of Trustees for well over a year. I would also point out that the design on which staff is currently concentrating would require a disposal of open space lands, so that ignoring OSBT's request exhibits the same stupidity as the staff's earlier failure to consult with CDOT while designing a structure on CDOT right-of-way. With regard to design, I would urge council to return to the one that was earlier adopted, the original variant 1 500-year design, and not to permit CU to blackmail the city into failing to protect the residents of the West Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. And before we move on to the next commenters, I would request that we all use our comments with respect. People have been doing the best work that they've been able to, given the resources and the knowledge that they have at the time. So if we could please treat everyone as having the best of intentions as we move forward, that would be great. Next, we have Stephen Talene, Magdalena Rizka, and Peter Meyer. Stephen? Stephen, you're muted.
Unmute. Now, Magdalena Rizka and Michelle Travis are going to pool their time with me, so I get 4.
Okay, so Sarah, can you double check that Magdalena is on?
And do that.
And Stephen, who was the second one? Magdalena?
Michelle Travis.
Magdalena, are you willing to cede your time?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And let me check for Michelle. Michelle, are you willing to cede your time?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Okay, very good. So Stephen, you got 4 minutes.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight. Just a little background disclosure for some of the previous people. My house was flooded during 2013. I have 3 issues that I would like you to consider. The first one is proceeding without resolving an unresolved critical dependency. The proposal before the council requires that CDOT waive the regulations that prohibit a flood wall connector to US 36. Regardless of tonight's decision, until the city has written approval to make this connection, the current proposal cannot be implemented. I suggest that council direct staff to stop spending time and money on further design and make their highest priority either pursuing a firm engagement with CDOT before proceeding or pursuing a design that does not require a connector to US 36. Personally, I believe it would be prudent for council to get a second engineering opinion on the feasibility of options that do not require a US 36 connector by directing staff to contract with an engineering firm that has actual experience in natural flow flood mitigation to do the upstream options analyses and make the recommendations. So that's the first issue. The second one is downstream outflow. The current proposal directs the discharge from the detention area into Veely Channel for return to South Boulder Creek. There are 3 major improvements to Veely Channel that need to be made in order to not increase the flooding risk northeast of US 36. Veely Channel needs to be cleared of the cattails and other growth that currently fill the channel, and then have a plan to permanently maintain that open channel. Number 2, the juncture where Veely Channel crosses Dry Creek Ditch number 2 needs to be upgraded to ensure that the drainage water does not flow into Dry Creek Ditch and flood Dry Creek Ditch like it did in 2013. Third, the berm that protects the east side of Greenbelt Meadows needs to be extended north so that, as in 2013, the water doesn't run around the berm and flood that area because it has trouble entering the swollen Boulder Creek because that's where it enters Boulder Creek. Now, despite numerous requests, these upgrades and costs have not been added to the proposal phase 1 plans, and they could create future liability issues for the city. So I would also ask that the City Council direct staff to include those costs in phase 1 for the proposals, if that's what they're going to do. The third is resiliency. And that is that none of these plans address the question of where does the water go when a greater than a design level flood volume, in this case, I guess 100-year, but whatever that design level is, event occurs. What are the consequences and what are the contingency plans? If the City Council is serious about resiliency, then these endpoint scenarios need to be addressed regardless of the plan that is approved. As Peter Schwartz would have said, you need to plan for the unthinkable scenario as well as best and worst case scenarios. So that's my comments for tonight. I hope you consider those issues. Thank you.
Sam, you're muted.
Thank you very much. Every time I take a bite of a snack, I mute and then I forget. So next we have Peter Meyer, Kathy Joyner, and Karen Trout. Peter, you're up.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes. Great. Hi, this is Peter Meyer. I'm the co-chair of Plan Boulder County, and tonight I have the honor and responsibility to speak on behalf of the Plan Boulder Board, both present and going back 25 years to when CU first bought the Flatirons gravel mine. Tonight, Plan Boulder asks that the City Council not ignore the years of advice of experts from Gilbert White to Ruth Wright to Gordon McCurry, and to not proceed with an inadequate flood mitigation plan that puts the interests of the university above the interests of the citizens and the utility ratepayers of Boulder. Because the City Council and staff have indicated willingness to essentially do a blind annexation of the CU South property without clearly delineated development plan and a commitment by the university to pay their fair share of the costs of the annexation and development, as well as what have been inadequately considered flood protection plan described this evening, largely due to the university's resistance. We've prepared a charter amendment that we believe will define the annexation agreement for CU South in the following ways and assist in the negotiations. It includes a management plan for floods up to the 500-year frequency as defined by FEMA. It requires that the University of Colorado or any future owners provide or pay for all public infrastructure and services both on and off the site. It limits developments of buildings to 87 contiguous acres of land, 87 acres being the amount of land that was allowed for development during the 1990 comprehensive plan when the university purchased the property. It also includes for development that identifies allowed uses, square footage by use, and location of all future development and infrastructure, limits height, and requires that housing be, as part of this development plan, be permanently affordable to low to medium income residents as defined by the City of Boulder's Affordable Housing Program. It's going to take a number of years to get this done, so we hope that this will enable the city to have additional leverage through this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Next, we have Kathy Joyner, Karen Trout, and Lynn Siegel. Kathy?
Thanks, Sam. I am a former resident of
Quala Drive that was so significantly impacted during the flood of 2013. You've heard me, as well as many of my neighbors, speak to you countless times over the past 7 years about this project. At this point, it seems there's really very little left to say that hasn't been said numerous times before. So being mindful of your time, many of the supporters of this project have decided to simply have a few of us speak for the many, and I'm one of those few. I'd like to thank council and the boards for helping to move this project along over the past 7 years. I'd especially want to thank staff for their tireless work, as well as acknowledging how very responsible they have been to questions from the public. You should all be very proud of them. Those of us watching from the outside have sometimes had the sense that analysis of this project is in an endless cycle and that no decision can or will be made to advance it farther than where it sits today. We are encouraged and hopeful that building on your consensus from your February study session, you will be moving Variant 1 100-year design into true preliminary design tonight. As we know, preliminary design is where critical questions get answered, not only about the design required to meet the project purpose, which is to prevent catastrophic flooding, but also about other critical issues, such as working with regulatory agencies at this early phase to minimize and avoid impacts to sensitive environmental resources. We can't know a lot about many of these significant issues until we start to move down this path of preliminary design. Please vote tonight in favor of doing so. Show us that you are unequivocal in your support of this effort to protect thousands of lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Next, we have Karen Trout, Lynn Siegel, and Alexa Carreno. Karen, you're up.
Sam, I have no Karen Trout in the meeting, and that person hasn't indicated to me that they're here under a different name. So I think you can go on to Lynn Siegel.
Very good. Next, we have Lynn Siegel, Alexa Carreno, and Donna George. Lynn, you're up.
Dana, CU has thousands and thousands of housing that no one's going to be in. So it's a moot point. But I'm going to stick with the point that Sam said, and that is it's all about the flood mitigation. Do not construct a dam and flood wall near 36, which will impede the natural alluvium by interruption and diversion of the groundwater distribution. This will disturb the natural lands ecosystem and endangered species that I've paid heavily to preserve with my tax dollars. Let the stream flow. Dredge, channelize, and modify the existing path of flow. Alternative 6. Option D eliminated phase 2 and 3 because of their expense, putting all those folks in the later phases downstream and at risk, causing the city of Boulder to be negatively impacted by the property owners' depleted funds and loss of life from a severe storm event, while it leaves property owners in the floodplain and with the extra expense of insurance. The levy should be eliminated on CU's dollar. After all, they got a $5 million discounted appraisal and only paid $11 million out of the $16 million value at the time of purchase. I believe the removal was in the original agreement with Flatiron's gravel. This would relieve some of the high CFS and restore some portion of the natural alluvium. When it filled enough, there could be a valve out of an equipressure depth that would block flow when filling reached a predetermined volume. This would obviate the need for any additional flood walls or dam. There is the issue of atmospheric rivers. These are concentrations of heavy rainfall in a particular location for an extensive time frame. Any retention or containment in the region of capture could be overwhelmed. Alternative 6, by its simple natural preservation of the obvious effects of atmospheric rivers. It's possible the 20,000 year, this is the lesson. The 2013 1,000-year rain could fit that category because of the duration of the event, even less predictable than the concentrated shower in the Big Thompson flood.
Thank you, Lynn. Next, we have Alexa Carreno, Donna George, and Jim Morris. Alexa?
Hello?
You're good. We can hear you.
Thanks. Good
evening, City Council. My name is Alexa Carino, and I am an attorney with Environmental and Animal Defense, a Colorado-based nonprofit that focuses on environmental conservation and protecting animals. We represent the interests of more than 954 Boulder area residents who support the creation of the Meadowlark open space and protection of the adjacent South Boulder Creek State Natural Area. We have submitted comment letters to the Open Space Board of Trustees and City Council detailing reasons why these flood mitigation project options must be rejected, including risk under federal law. The project area consists of wetlands and critical habitat for the Prebles Meadow jumping mouse and the Utes Ladies Trusses orchid, both of which are federally protected by the Endangered Species Act. Under the Clean Water Act, any activity that discharges material into a wetland requires a federal permit. Consultation with and between federal agencies must ensure that the permitted activities will not jeopardize the existence of the species. These processes take considerable time to complete, and it is undoubted that these project options will impact both species and habitat, as demonstrated by City Council's own research. Both of these laws allow citizens to sue parties who are violating the law. City Council must not push through an option that will harm these threatened species and wetlands. The Supreme Court held in the seminal case Tennessee Valley Authority versus Hill that the plain language of the Endangered Species Act shows clearly that Congress viewed the value of endangered species as incalculable. And despite the $100 million Tellico Dam being constructed to near completion, the court ordered construction to cease. Due to the many reasons detailed in our comment letter, including federal mandate and exposure to citizen suit liability for violation of the law, we urge City Council to reject these proposed options. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alexa. Next up, we have Donna George, Jim Morris, and Harlan Savage. Donna?
Hi, do you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Mangroves in Florida prevented $1.5 billion in flood damages and protected more than 500,000 people during Hurricane Irma in 2017. Further, their presence reduced property damages by nearly 25% in counties with mangroves. Just like we don't want to do away with mangroves, we do not want to do away with the wetlands and the land that soaks up these flood events in Boulder. These wetlands help protect flood-prone homes from additional inundation, and 1 acre of wetlands can store up to 1.5 million gallons of flood water. If you build on the land, it's known that you'll get a lot more runoff and you won't get soaking into the land. So my option is that as much of this land is used for flood mitigation, I believe that CU can put, keep the tennis courts there, put fields for recreation or for games like football or whatever there. And an option could be is, because some people have thought about swapping lands, and I thought about alpine balsam. I mean, this is really close to CU. Faculty and staff, because that's what they're looking at housing here, they could switch and they'd be closer, and you could do much more better flood mitigation on the CU South property. Also, by protecting habitat, we can help the world species be more resistant to climate change and other human disturbances. They mentioned the Prebles jumping mouse and the orchid. So I also want to make a point about the Boulder herd thing. They said there was only like 28 or 36 commenters there out of 100,000 people who live in the city of Boulder. So I think we also have to comment on the letters that were written in. So thank you for your time. Bye.
Thank you, Donna. Next, we have Jim Morris, Harlan Savage, and then we're down to Laura Tyler because Michelle Travis full-time and George Gerstle has withdrawn. So Jim Morris, you're up.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Okay. I support the Safe South Boulders approach, such as the Variant 1 500-year plan, studying the upstream detention plan, and pushing CU to go somewhere else to trade land. I agree with Gordon McCurry, the hydrologist who studied the South Boulder Creek for years and who was a member of the Water Resources Advisory Board and who voted against the 100-year plan. I was on the city's advisory wetlands board decades ago We can't recreate wetland ecosystems with their complex interconnections between soils, plants, microbes, and animals. Wetlands are the best way to absorb, store, hold, and slowly release water. I support trying to push CU into doing some sort of trade, maybe with a planning reserve or maybe other private land like the Diagonal Plaza in combination with places like the Alpine Balsam or other areas. Anyway, I don't think we should give in to CU. It was sort of corrupt the way Flatirons was trying to get around our local regulations that we had in the city, the county, and the comprehensive plan. They were trying to use the fact that CU as a state entity didn't have to follow any of our local laws. So that's the way that they could take their gravel mining business and switch it into residential real estate development at the time. They wanted to get a lot more money for their property. They were even trying to offer a museum to some people to get votes of people on the city council back then so that they could go ahead with building in the wetlands. So that was Flatirons. CU somehow became part of it all. And even they haven't been totally honest. Sievers, when he was a member of the Regents, made some comments in the newspaper that did not seem to be true about this particular stuff. So it was about the details of what they were going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Then we have Harlan Savage, Laura Tyler, and Daniel Evans. Harlan?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Safe South Boulder supports the 500-year flood design, which would provide the most protection at reasonable cost during this time of climate crisis. As we all have heard, climate change is going to bring more intense storms to the Boulder region. And that's one of the reasons why Council approved this design two years ago. While the residents of Fraser Meadows who lived through the 2013 flood have every right to ask for an immediate 100-year flood design, what about the people that won't get protection because we've taken the 500-year off the table? What about those, I think it would be about 1,800 people who are in harm's way, but again, are not covered, protected by the 100-year design? Anyway, my main purpose here tonight is to tell you that South Boulder residents are beginning to lose faith in Council's ability to resolve complex flood protection and development issues at CU South without destroying the integrity of our neighborhoods and creating new safety hazards. We urge Council not to accede to CU's demands that Boulder pay as much as $50 million to underwrite its expansion. And by that, I'm talking about the fill, moving the tennis courts, and paying for additional road access. This money could be better used to help the most vulnerable in our communities. For these and other reasons, we are joining with Plan Boulder to work to get a city charter amendment on the ballot this year that would set clear parameters for annexation, including it would be legally enforceable, protect for a 500-year event, require CU, not Boulder residents, to fund the expansion, and require that any housing built is permanently affordable. Finally, I would just like to say that the land swap concept must be thoroughly investigated before irrevocable commitments are made, as it could be the win-win that we have all been looking for.
Thank you, Harlan. Next, we have Laura Tyler, Daniel Evans, and Claudia Team. Laura?
Hi there. My name is Laura Tyler, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the South Boulder Creek Action Group. And first, I'd like to extend a heartfelt thanks to Joe and Brandon. You have produced excellent work under extreme pressure, and there are no words to express my gratitude. And Council, thank you for hearing me speak. I'm here this evening to urge you to act today to move the Variant 100 plan into preliminary design and to stop the delay. And gosh, I'm gonna go off script here. I've been advocating for this project since 2013. And so I've sat through probably hundreds of hours of meetings. And it's not just city council meetings, it's RAB meetings, OSBT, planning board. There was the ad hoc committee. There are many, many study sessions. There have been feedback opportunities. And I'll be honest with you, I am tired of talking about engineering. And it's my opinion that the engineering conversation is actually a proxy for this bigger conversation about land use issues in the city of Boulder and annexation. And so the question we're asking you tonight is, can you move forward? Can you say yes? Can you be decisive about moving this part of the project forward, getting closure on this part of the project, so that we can move forward and, get the annexation conversation out of the woodwork and allow that to happen, allow that to take place. And I know that's not going to be an easy conversation. There are many points of view, many ideas about how this land should be used. I believe that health and safety, protecting people, is a noble use. It's an important use. And I'm willing to work with CU to accept some change on that property to move forward with this important project. And so again, thank you so much. I don't know how much time I have left.
You're done, but thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Next, we have Daniel Evans, Claudia Team, and Ruth Wright. Daniel?
I'm not seeing a Daniel Evans in the meeting, and nobody has chatted with me to tell me they're here under a different name. So I think we'll go with Claudia next.
Yep, Claudia Team, Ruth Wright, and Jim McMillan. Claudia, you're up.
Thank you. Good evening, members of council. This is Claudia Hansen Thiem. I live in Boulder. Flood mitigation at CU South is a topic that I've avoided talking about. And I think the discussion has gone so far into the weeds on history and engineering that it's nearly impossible for a newcomer or anyone without a total commitment to the issue to engage. But I am moved to speak now. Because even through that noise, it's clear that the discussion here has stalled and that further delays have unacceptable costs, both for residents in the flood zone and for the city as a whole. My first concern is for the human lives and human habitations in the South Boulder Creek flood zone. 2,000 plus people we keep asking to wait. I'm appalled at how comfortable we seem to be rolling the dice with each delay. And as a person who follows a wide range of issues across the city, I'm also concerned about how much time, energy, and community goodwill this project has burned through, even in the 2 short years that I've been joining you here. We don't need more knockdown, drag-out hearings where the personalities and talking points are largely unchanged. It's trying for the people in the room on all sides. Additional studies are a huge draw on staff, board, and council time. And while it's never in direct competition, it slows work on other hairy issues: housing, transportation, policing, and human rights. Please move forward with the variant 1 100-year option tonight. And please resist the delays, the wishful upstream studies, the hypothetical land swaps, the what ifs, and the if onlys. Mine is a view from the outside, if it matters to you at all, and that is that there's no better deal or consensus on the horizon, and that the best flood protection is the kind we actually build. We owe it to the neighbors in the flood zone and other communities whose needs are on hold to finally approve a design concept and move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Next, we have Ruth Wright, Jim McMillan, and Deborah Grurchin. Ruth? Ruth, I see you here. You may need to unmute.
It appears Ruth might be having difficulty unmuting. I'm going to try to unmute her on my end. It It's not allowing me to do that, which suggests to me she may be having microphone problems. Maybe we could move on and come back to Ruth in a little bit to see if she can resolve that issue.
Sounds good. So Ruth, we will come back to you if you can get your muting and your microphone worked out. Next, we have Jim McMillan, Deborah Grogine, and Ken Vitale. Jim. So Jim, there you go.
I think you unmuted me finally. Thank you. Yeah, this is Jim McMillan. I'm a 30-year resident of Boulder. Thank you for your service to our city. I want you to keep public safety foremost in your thinking, and I think 100-year mitigation is insufficient in light of exacerbating climate change, and that the 500-year flood mitigation design previously supported by council should be restored. I would support the Save South Boulder recommendations in that regard. My perspective is that this process has to date been largely a PR sham. I appreciate the ability for the public to raise concerns. However, I see little evidence that they're being heard. A prime example is the serious investigation of upstream solutions to augment the flood mitigation. That might be able to reduce the high hazard dam construction along Highway 36, which has many problematic elements. And we heard discussion about this just tonight, but previously, you know, it's always said we've analyzed it, it's done, but it has not been documented or explained. I think the Open Space Board's recommendations are right on. With due respect, I contend that CU and some known and unknown former and current city staff are acting dishonestly and dishonorably in this process and continue to do so. Because some of these issues have not really been addressed. They've been given lip service. And, you know, I support a lot of the comments we've heard from others, but I want to emphasize that the gravel pit was permitted based on the reclamation plan, and gutting that plan to retain the berm, remove the capacity for water detention in ponds, greatly puts people downstream at risk. And so I think the guiding principle number one of public safety is my primary importance is not being displayed by the city or CU in this process so far.
Thank you, Jim. I'm going to take a pause here and request again that people think the best of the folks that you're commenting on. And that means in particular, any kinds of aspersions about dishonesty or other ulterior motives really don't have a lot of place or impact here. So if you could keep your comments to the issues at hand, that would be much appreciated and not personalize it. Thank you very much. So next we have Deborah Grogine, Ken Vitale, and Jim Johnson. Deborah?
Sam, I saw Deborah in the meeting previously, but she's not in the meeting now. So she may have dropped off. Perhaps we can circle back and see if she rejoins once we move on to some other folks.
That sounds great. So we've got Deborah and
Ruth.
Sorry, Ruth Wright, yeah, as the two that we may come back to. Okay, very good. Next we have Ken Vitale, Jim Johnson, and Ann Walters. Ken, you're up.
Thank you, Sam. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Council. To summarize, the CU South Mega Campus cannot be built without violation of the state natural area. We've also learned that 500-year flood protection is not compatible with the CU South project. Too expensive, too much environmental damage. We've learned that violation of the state natural area is likely an infraction of federal law that may trigger citizen lawsuits. Council has received a 45-page legal summary to support exercising eminent domain at CU South for reasons of public safety. After years of public comment and written requests since 2017, city staff has still refused to study both the upstream option and the CU North land swap flood control option. In 2018, city staff worked hard to discredit the community upstream option at the RAB meeting. I was there. Joan Brandon did not model what the community proposed. Joan Brandon generated a fake upstream option designed to fail in order to advance the CU South project. This was the moment, unfortunately, the community lost faith in city engineering staff. Studies done by Joan Brandon this summer must be supervised by independent community hydrologist experts, including Dr. Gordon McCurry. Council deserves a valid upstream and a valid CU North land swap flood control study to make a well-informed decision. Council needs to have a cost-effective choice that provides 500-year flood protection and full protection of the state natural area. Only the CU North land swap and the creation of the City of Boulder Meadowlark open space can provide 500-year safety and protect the state natural area. In closing, this will provide $40 million in cost savings to protect three additional Boulder communities from flooding. Thank you, Council.
Ken. Yep. Next, we have Jim Johnson and then Ann Walters, who I understand is pooling, including Andy Schwartz. So I'll skip over Andy and go to Don Cote. So Jim Johnson, you're up right now.
Jim, you'll need to unmute your microphone. Okay, seems to be having difficulty. I'm going to try to unmute him from this end. That was not successful, which leads me to believe his microphone may be having issues. I suggest we flag him as somebody to try to return back to and see if he can get the microphone issues worked out.
Sounds good. So we have three people, Jim, Ruth, and Deb, that we may come back to. If we can.
I am keeping track of those names so we can remember to circle back.
Great. And then next up, I have Ann Walters, and then Don Cote and Tamara Zelikova. And I understand that you're pooling with two people, Andy Schwartz and I think Kate McCarthy.
Yes,
is that correct?
Yes.
So Andy has already confirmed with me through Q&A that he's pooling. I just need to check in with Kate quickly. Bear with me for one moment, please. Kate, are you okay ceding your time to Terry Walters?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ann, you're good to go for 4 minutes.
Great, thanks. And my official name's Ann, but I go by Terry Walters. I live on Kuala Drive with my husband and two children. We lost 40% of our home in the September 2013 flood and are at risk for much more until South Boulder Creek flood mitigation is a reality. When we bought our home 21 years ago, we were not in a designated flood zone. We were notified shortly after that existing flood modeling had been incorrect, and in fact, we were in danger. We were vulnerable, but the city was going to study how to fix it. Some may be new to this, but as Brandon mentioned, the city has been studying this, an exhaustive set of options for 17 years. I just want to say kudos to the city staff over the last 2 decades that have spent so much time on this. So the unique thing about our flooding is that it was very sudden and extremely violent. That night, it was the second day of rain or flooding in the city. By that evening, we thought all the flood danger had passed. Then we heard a loud crack. The wall of flood water that hit our house shattered our windows with a torrent of rocks and mud. It took less than 2 minutes before the water reached the ceiling in our basement. When water hits your smoke detectors, the whole house starts to scream. We watched, disbelieving, from above as the water snapped doors in half and destroyed everything in its path. Our street was a raging river 4 feet deep with the water level over the porch. The water was rising so fast that we ran quickly upstairs, grateful to have a second story. We were prepared to be evacuated through our roof and to lose our home. We count ourselves lucky. The water stopped a few inches below the first floor. We were even more lucky that no one was in the basement. Watching the flood rage, it was clear that getting out would have been impossible. I've emailed photos to the council. Ceilings fallen down, doors strewn about, furniture crushed. We had a 3-foot-tall river of rocks stretching across a room. We did have flood insurance, but it didn't cover most of our damage. We estimate our losses at $175,000, of which less than $40,000 was covered. We'll be recovering from the financial impact for decades, but it also has taken a mental toll on our family, especially the kids who were 11 and 5 at the time. Months later, I broke down in tears at a city council meeting when city staff said this was likely only a 50-year flood. We have a 2% chance of this happening again in any year. If the water is 6 inches higher next time, our house will be a complete loss. We won't be able to rebuild because of the restrictions on building in a flood zone. Much more important is the potential loss of life. If the flood had broken through 30 minutes earlier, my kids and I were all in the basement and likely would not have escaped. That's what still haunts me. And yet this flood is entirely preventable. We knew this before the flood, but in nearly 7 years since, we're no safer. We've dodged a bullet, but please don't push our luck. My family begs you to move quickly. Please adopt the variant 100-year mitigation design as the fastest option to secure our safety. Let's not delay life-saving measures to continue to study more options. Consensus is unlikely. Those whose lives are not at risk will view this differently from those who are in terror every time a big storm hits. We ask you to take care of those most vulnerable. Everyone agrees there's a risk. We hope that you make the decision now to move forward, at least into preliminary design. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Next, we have Don Cote, Hillary Martin, and Tamara Zelikova. I believe Hillary Martin has withdrawn. If you could.
That is correct.
Okay, so then we have Don Cote, Tamara Zelikova, and Lisa Spalding. Don, you are up.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank you for continuing to work towards a solution to the South Boulder Creek flood mitigation. You've gone through a lot of work to get here in many, many years. I wish to add my support to the RAP selection of Variant 1 100 years. I feel it will be the most cost-effective solution and have the best chance to actually be built and protect the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Next, we have Tamara Zelikova, Lisa Spalding, and Michelle Sachs. Tamara, you are up.
Likewise, I had Tamara Zelikova, it's actually a different first name in the meeting, but Zelikova signed up previously, but I don't see that person on the list now. So I will flag that person as somebody we can come back to if they rejoin between now and the end of the public hearing.
Very good. So then we have Lisa Spalding, Michelle Sachs, and Karen Wyatt. Lisa, you're up.
Lisa, you will need to unmute.
South Boulder Creek is among our highest risk watersheds. It demands prompt and thorough mitigation, but it is not the only flood mitigation project we need. So what value do we as taxpayers get for the price of the project before you? In your packet, the fiscal impact of the current proposal is estimated at $66 million, which will require an increase to the stormwater and flood management rate of 50%, or about $105 a year for the average customer. When the real costs are established, the rate increase will probably be at least 70 to 100%. Our rate increased 7% this year, which ties us with Loveland for the highest stormwater fees in the region. A 70 to 100% increase would place us off the charts. And for what? Most well-respected water engineers who have studied South Boulder Creek recommend a 500-year plan. RAB recommended separating the earth fill cost, estimated to be between 10 and 34 million, depending on which you choose, from the cost of the project because it does not directly support flood mitigation. What it does support is CU's desire for 129 acres of buildable land. In today's Daily Camera guest opinion, Francis Draper states that CU worked with the city and county on the Boulder Valley Comp Plan's 2015 update and negotiated guiding principles that promised CU 42 more acres of buildable land than it was entitled to when it purchased the property. Most people consider the Boulder Valley Comp Plan to be an aspirational document, and I doubt if guiding principles are legally enforceable. But a regressive rate hike that affects economically disadvantaged citizens the most is not fair to Boulder residents. The plan before you offers too little, and I fear it may end up being delivered too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we have Michelle Sachs, Karen Wyatt, and Natalie Johnson. Michelle.
Another situation where Michelle was in the meeting previously and I'm not seeing her on the list anymore.
Okay, great. I've got her down as what you do, I'm sure, to come back to. Next, we have Karen Wyatt, Natalie Johnson, and John Gerstle. Karen, you're up.
Again, Karen Wyatt is no longer in the meeting.
Great. So then we have Natalie Johnson, John Gerstle, and Robert Sharp.
John, you may need to unmute your microphone.
Am I up? This is John.
Not yet, John. Okay. We're just waiting to see if Karen Wyatt is around.
I'm sorry, I had indicated that Karen is not in the meeting any longer under that name.
And how about Natalie Johnson?
Natalie withdrew previously.
I see, okay. So John Gerstle, Robert Sharp, and then Kate McCarthy had pooled, so Kathleen O'Connor will be next. John, you are
Kathleen
up
is also withdrawn, Sam.
Okay, all right, so John Gerstle, Robert Sharp, and then Gabrielle Gibson, I think will be the last person. So John, you're up.
Thank you. I'm John Gerstle. I'm a member of the planning board, and I thought it would be useful for you to have a little elaboration on some of the planning board considerations that are of interest tonight. The latest and most recent and only valid planning board decision on this topic that you're dealing with was taken on August 2nd in 2018, where the board unanimously adopted a motion saying that the comprehensive plan should indicated that this would be valid for the comprehensive plan if it's designed for the 500-year flood, that upstream detention be considered in the preliminary design provided for this, conditional that on the condition that it doesn't unduly delay the project, and that impacts to the state natural lands be given weight in preliminary design. When we considered this most recently on the 7th of May, there was an informal discussion taken, but there was no formal vote taken by, and this was not a formal public hearing, so that the most recent formal decision by planning board is the one that I just read to you. I think that it is important for you to be aware that none of these conditions that the planning board asked for has been satisfied. And therefore, I would think that that should be taken into account in your considerations tonight also. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I assume, I'll just put it out there and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I assume you're speaking for yourself and not for the planning board.
That's correct. You had the Mr. Ensign speaking officially for the planning board earlier tonight.
Great, thank you very much. Then we have Robert Sharp and Gabrielle Gibson, and I think that's the last one we have unless we return to somebody. So Robert, you're up.
Thank you. For decades, flood experts have stressed the wisdom and need for 500-year flood protection. If the public entities of CU, CDOT, the city, and county were only seeking the best possible use of the land and right-of-way for the public, the possible plans and costs could be radically different and better. In past years, the analysis of statewide university need showed a need for dispersed facilities to provide access to lower incomes, more ethnic groups by being closer to where people live and not the expansion of expensive CU Boulder. Now we're beginning years of cuts to all higher education funding. Is there a current independent analysis of state needs? We need one. CU has a mixed history of serving the public and serving some personal and special interests. CU has unique legal powers, which it has sometimes used and is using now to steamroll the greater public interests. Only the state legislature, the Colorado Commission on Higher Education, Joint Budget Committee, and possibly the governor can direct CDOT and rein in and redirect CU's self-serving expansion, abuse of power, and gross harm to the community. Is the city pursuing all state assistance? I hope so and should. The city now also has great powers through annexation and could move from timid and slightly perky negotiations with CU to very strong and determined actions to get the best nature restoration and 500-year flood control that's rightfully due to the community.
Thank you, Robert. And then we have Gabrielle Gibson. And I think then, Sarah, it would be up to you if there's anybody else to return to.
All right, can everyone hear me?
Can hear you, Gabrielle.
Okay. So as a CU student, I'm very passionate about the environment and preserving this beautiful area. I've been fortunate enough to call home for about 20 years now. I know I can speak on behalf of the student body at CU as well, that students that go here really care about the environment. CU has many environmental organizations that show this as well. So because of this, I am in favor of the CU North land swap for several reasons. The first is that it will protect the South Boulder Creek State Natural Area. The second is that CU South actually violates the University of Colorado sustainability policy, which is to be responsible in protecting the environment and natural resources. 92% of the students that go to CU state that it is important that CU Boulder has a strong commitment to environmental sustainability. 40% of the students report that they chose CU in part because of its sustainability reputation. The whole campus is committed to higher sustainability standards shown through our multiple higher performance buildings, implementing an eco-friendly ground and landscaping program, running a cutting-edge waste diversion program, and more, all of which are honorable examples of sustainability. The last reason is it looks like City Council has given up on protecting the state natural area, protecting downstream communities, and because of political pressure from my university, they're willing to settle for 100-year flood protection. This is wrong because 5 years from now, after spending $66 million, we could see Fraser Meadows engulfed in a wall of water. All of this created so CU can build in a floodplain. At this meeting, I asked the Open Space Board of Trustees to let City Council know that you will reject any attempt to dispose of key wildlife habitat in the South Boulder Creek State Natural Area. Further, if you see fit, I ask that you recommend now to City Council that they proceed immediately with the CU North land swap, which will provide 5 times the safety at 1/3 the cost while protecting wetlands habit in the state natural area and at Meadowlark open space at CU South. As a student up at CU who graduates next spring, please help my legacy not to be one of environmental destruction, but a creative solution that creates a win for my university, a win that will keep the downstream community safe with 500-year flood protection, and win for federally endangered species and some of the most important wildlife habitat in Boulder County. Thank you in advance for having the courage to do the right thing and fulfilling your mission to protect Boulder open space.
Thank you, Gabrielle. I'll turn now to Sarah and just check in. Sarah, do we have anybody who was...
So we skipped over 6 folks. One, Ruth Wright, has indicated she does not wish to speak tonight. The others have not indicated to me that they were withdrawing, but they also don't appear to be in the meeting. So I think you can probably close the public hearing at this point.
Very good. Well, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing, and thanks to everyone for doing that. And with the forbearance of council, I'm going to do something a little unusual for me. If it's okay with everyone, I would like to put a framework out there for the discussion as far as a potential approach that may get us most of what everyone is looking for here. So with that said, here's a few thoughts that I have. I want to start by thanking staff. Many of our public commenters also did that, and I think it is yeoman's work that staff has done. So thank you, Joe, thank you, Brandon, and all the people that work with you guys. It has not been a simple project, and I think you have done great work at helping move us along towards where we are now. And so that is to be commended, because not every city staff member has to withstand the public pressure that you all do. So thank you for doing it, and for doing it with such grace. And also thank you to all the public who has been through, I would say, the difficult discussions that we've had to have. There are many values that Boulder people have, which are in conflict somewhat in this project. And so it is a difficult balancing act that we have on council and that the community has as a whole. And so within this framework, I just want to come in from 100,000 feet down a little bit. I think it's worth restating something that we probably already know, but Boulder as a city has the highest risk of flood damage of any city in the state. As I understand it, we have more properties required to have the federal flood insurance than Denver and Colorado Springs combined. So we are in the bullseye of the flood risk issue here in Boulder. So it means that we have to take this very seriously in a lot of ways. I will also just say, by way of introduction, that we have looked at various incarnations of upstream options over the years. So I've only been involved with this project for 6.5 years, but even before that, there have been considerations. And so I think that we have not fully fleshed out necessarily what could be available as upstream, but we have certainly, as a city and a council and a staff, we have not been ignoring the upstream issue. So I just want to put it out there that that is something that has always been on people's mind, even starting 20 years ago, as a possibility that needs looked at. That said, within the framework I'm talking about, I think it's important for us to move this project forward. And I think we need to move strongly into the preliminary design phase of Variant 1 100 year. So I think because of life safety concerns, because what we're talking about tonight is flood protection and flood mitigation. We're not talking about CU, we're not talking about fill, we're not talking about tennis courts and buildings, we're not talking about land swaps. All of those things will come, and we will talk about them, and they will be things that we have to work through. But tonight we're talking about how to take the great engineering work that our staff has done and turn it into the next level of design and permitting. So with that said, I think the first and foremost thing that I would bring forward is I'm going to propose that we do advance the Variant 1 100 year into the next phase of design. Now I would say the second element is that I think that we do need to make certain that we listen to what OSBT has requested of us, and that we have staff both communicate all the work that has been done to date on upstream options, and also has dialogue with both the Open Space Board as well as RAB to talk through what the potential for upstream options might look like that have not been considered. So to the extent that what Open Space is requesting is not redundant with what's been done before, I think it's well worth our time in parallel. So not in advance of and not to delay, but in parallel to have staff lead an effort. And I'll let staff figure what that level of effort should be, but the numbers I heard of 40 hours or 50 hours worth of work, depending on how you tot it up, is in the tens of hours worth of work. And I agree with what Joe said, that it's money well spent to the extent that we can get better understanding and better consensus among our boards and our community around what is and is not possible with upstream. We should do that, but we should do it in a way that does not slow us down at all in proceeding with the design and permitting issues. I think we did hear from members of the public that permitting could be a bear. We heard from the Open Space Board that there could be issues that we need to consider as far as permitting goes. So getting started on that and moving forward strongly and as quickly as we can, I think would be really important. So the reason I'm putting this framework out this way is I think that we can have both design efforts for preliminary design work moving forward, and we can, in relatively short order, begin to look at what might be different between what's in OSBT's thinking and what has been done before, and making sure that both staff and our boards have fully communicated their thoughts to each other. I would further suggest, and this is an idea that I want to hear feedback on, but the process subcommittee that Rachel and I sit on could manage the process around the work that staff could do for what OSBT has requested. And I think I've heard from several folks that having RAB involved would be really important with this as well because of their technical expertise in flood mitigation. So I think that if council agrees, we could have the process subcommittee help work with staff and the boards through the process of how we would take a look at what is available upstream. And it's important to note that the vote by the Open Space Board was unanimous. And so that speaks to a hunger for the additional information. So I don't think we should ignore that. But at the same time, we don't know if there's anything there. And so we should definitely not delay forward with the preliminary design and getting into the permitting phase. So that's my proposed framework for how we could move this forward and address, I think, the two major issues in front of us. With that, I will stop talking and listen to what my fellow council members have to say. And I have two hands up so far. I've got Bob and Mary, and now Mark just came in. So Bob, you're next.
Thanks, Sam. I want to join Sam in thanking and acknowledging staff for the tremendous amount of work they've done over the months and over the years. This is really tough stuff, and it makes it even harder when community members have high passions and some people are less than respectful. So I do want to thank everybody on city staff who has been involved in this. This is great work, and I think this is a tremendous milestone in what's been a very, very long process and still has a long ways to go. I agree with Sam that when one of our boards or commissions, especially on a unanimous vote, needs more information to help it make a decision, we need to be listening to that. We need to hear them, and we need to, within reason, to provide them that information. So I support what Sam just said, that first of all, I'm going to also support moving forward with the design and permitting around the variant 100 year. But I think in parallel, I think we're capable of doing two things at the same time. I think in parallel, I would join Sam in encouraging staff to pull together the information with respect to the upstream model that the Open Space Board was looking for. You know, Mary made a really great point. I did the same thing that Mary did. I went back and looked. I actually did a word search in the word upstream through all the various memos we've received for the years. And I think Mary is right. I think there has been a fair amount of work done on at least some upstream models. Maybe the model has changed a little bit, I don't know. But there was some work done back in 2018. It's not easily found in one place. You have to look for it, and you have to know what you're looking for. So I think I'd suggest to staff one of the first things they could do is dust off the analysis that's already been done and pull that together into one place and share that with the Open Space Board and with council and with the community. To the extent that additional work and analysis is necessary, I'm also fine with that, again, as long as it's in parallel and doesn't hold up the work on Variant 100. And I agree that the process committee of council, which is Rachel and Sam, can coordinate with the staff on the timing and the scope and getting the information to the Open Space Board and ultimately to council. So I support this kind of two-pronged approach of approving Variant 1 tonight, but also gathering information, and to the extent further analysis is necessary over the coming months to do that in parallel, as long as it doesn't hold things up. And after council members weigh in on that, if there seems to be a majority that are supportive of what Sam has said, and which I support, I'd be happy to make a motion to that effect.
Great, thank you, Bob. I've got Mary, Mark, and Aaron next. Mary?
Thanks for that. And yes, I support the framework that Sam has laid out and the suggestions that were made by Bob. But first, before I proceed with more, I wanted to thank staff and for the work, all the work that you've done, and to acknowledge that Joe and Brandon have only joined this project in the last, 6 months or something, maybe less than that. And so you've taken on a huge project and done a great job. And I'd also like to thank the members of the public for their feedback. And one suggestion that I have for the public is for future public hearings, if you all could not make personal attacks on people, I think that your statements would have a lot more resonance. So with that, I will add a couple things to what Sam proposed. One is to further develop Bob's idea of putting things all in one place. I think that makes perfect sense to document it thoroughly, what's been done on the upstream option, and include in that slide 21 that's got the 3 options, and then in there put the upstream option included in that document, so that in the future, if this should come up again, that there's one place that folks can be given reference to. So that's one suggestion. And then the other suggestion is that when staff does come back to present what's been gathered regarding the upstream option, to come back and do it in front of a joint RAB and Open Space Board of Trustees meeting. And the reason I'm thinking that is because they have very complementary roles. And I think that to have them all in one room bounce their feedback and ideas off of each other, I think could be really helpful. So those are my suggestions. And again, thank you all for all the work that you've done, and to the public for all the input that you've given.
Thank you, Mary. I've got Aaron, Adam, and Mirabai. Aaron?
Wasn't Mark next?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Mark. I overlooked you. I've got Mark, Aaron, Adam, and Mirabai. Mark?
Just call me chopped liver.
Chopped liver.
Look, I think we all start from the perspective that this is a health, life, and safety issue. We need to provide some degree of flood protection. I'm not sure that the 100-year is the best solution, but it's one we can afford better than we're going to be able to afford the others. And I think we need to live in in the real world with respect to that. I support Sam's parallel track. I think we do need to show OSBT the respect to answer those questions. There may be no there, but there's always that possibility, and I think we need to go through that process. And I hope that Sam and Rachel will coordinate a sufficiently robust inquiry to satisfy OSBT one way or the other. Just a couple of other comments. People have asked about the land swap. I'd be very supportive, but it takes two to do business, and at this point, CU has been unwilling to consider it. I think they're making a mistake, but until they develop greater wisdom, there's not much we can do about that at the moment. And I know we're not talking about annexation tonight, but I do want to make one statement and essentially lay down a marker that I am not going to support an annexation agreement that contains unreasonable and overreaching terms and conditions, such as I've seen in the two drafts so far. And I'm hopeful that we can work those terms out and get to a better understanding and a better agreement as to what we can do. And finally, I want to share my agreement with Mary on the nature of some personal comments. And people who've imputed bad motive to anyone on this council. You may not like the decision we come to, but each of us is struggling in good faith to reach the best solution for Boulder. There's no perfect solution. I'm not even sure there's a good solution. There's only a choice that each of us has to make and will make to the best of our ability. And I think people should understand that and recognize that no matter where anybody falls on the spectrum of decision-making in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So I've got Aaron, Adam, Mirabai, and Rachel. Aaron?
Yeah, thanks for that, Mark. I appreciate those last words. And just to build upon that, I think that's certainly extremely true of city staff as well, who y'all have done a phenomenal job recently and over the years, and just so appreciative of the hard work. And it's a tough place to be. As you said, we have a very wide array of opinions, all of which are very strongly held. So thanks so much to you for persevering through this process. And so, Sam, thanks for taking the reins here at the beginning of the discussion. I think this was, you generally defer to other people, but I think it was good to frame the discussion. So I appreciate where this is going. I think we have looked at upstream options before. So I understand that what OSBT is requesting right now is a little bit different. So I'm fine with spending some time looking at this. The little bit of a variant that they've requested this time, but just to echo other council members to say, hey, let's also compile all the other work that's been done on upstream variants as well, because we've seen several of them and reviewed them in some detail. So I'm supportive of spending time on a parallel track as long as we're not delaying the preliminary design so that we move forward with flood mitigation at the same time. And Joe, I thought you said it well, that if some effort on this, I mean, maybe it'll uncover something that we aren't expecting, but if it doesn't, that some effort spent on this, if it can bring the boards and the community along, would be well worth the time. And so then I would just offer one message to folks who are working on this and on the Open Space Board and others, which is to really listen to the experts on this. And I have confidence that you will, but what comes from the engineering analysis, let's have faith in our experts, believe that they are working in good faith and doing the best job that they can, and then taking what those results are and accepting them. And that's for me and us as well, kind of look at where the engineering and the science takes us and on to the next steps. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Aaron. We have Adam, Mirabai, Rachel, and Junie. So Adam, you're up.
Thanks, Sam. First, I did want to thank Joe for being open and willing to work a little bit further with OSBT and try to answer some more of the community questions to get more consensus. I think that's something that we haven't always seen, and that openness and willingness is really, really helpful in bringing community cohesion. So Joe, thank you for that, first of all. very much agree with everything my fellow council members have said to this point. There is no perfect solution here. If we're trying to provide flood protection for every single person in the entire community to the point where we will no longer have flooding, I think the only option is raising the city a few thousand feet. So until we can get a reasonable approach for that, we're going to have to do the best we can with what we have. And there are a whole lot of other things that need to be covered with money for flooding as well. So I'm really happy that we can at least move forward on this track and start knocking things off on the list for flood mitigation, because there are a lot of important projects across the community. And really, at the end of the day, we're trying to buy time to save lives with all of these projects. And if we can, get the necessary time to make sure that people survive a flood event, I think that is above and beyond the most important thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. We've got Mirabai, Rachel, and Junie. Mirabai.
So I wanted to thank staff for the work that you've done. It's much appreciated, and thank you again for being open to work with OSBT. That's really what the community is looking for in a big way. I was going to say that I will be supporting what Sam put out there for the parallel tracks. But I did want to let the community members who have a deep concern for our environment know that your voices are not going unheard. I really appreciate the CU student who spoke and the lawyer who's representing citizens in Boulder. So there are council members, myself in particular, who are extremely concerned about this habitat, and though that's not what we're talking about tonight, I just want you to know that there are those of us who are on board with you. So I will be supporting what Sam put forth tonight, and I thank community members who provided their thoughts for being involved in the process, and thank you for those who would do the constructive criticism. It is appreciated.
Thank you, Mirabai. We have Rachel and then Junie. Rachel?
Okay. I want to echo what everybody else has said about staff, utilities and planning staff. We all know from the Tipton report already don't feel super supported or appreciated. So I think it's especially abhorrent when people personally attack these staff. And I think it is incumbent on City Council to absorb the constructive criticism where possible and try and protect staff who are hardworking and doing a great job. So thank you, staff, and also to Sarah Huntley and everybody who's been working so hard on these virtual engagement sessions. So I think we have outstanding staff, and nothing's harder in Boulder, I think, than this project. So thanks for sticking with us, especially to those of you who are getting pummeled in emails and testimony tonight. We see you and your worth and your value, and I'm sorry that happened. And then would also emphasize, as Adam just did, that this is about health and safety first and foremost. So I'm really glad that we're going to, it sounds like, perhaps have a unanimous vote even. We haven't heard from Junie yet on moving forward variant 100 to preliminary design. There are a lot of people that live near me who will sleep better tonight knowing that we're doing that. So thank you for prioritizing health and safety. On the second issue, studying upstream, again, has never been something that I'm particularly fond of or eager to do. So if we're going to go down that road, I think we need to put some guardrails up around exactly what we are asking staff to do and what we're not asking staff to do. So, and it would also, I think, be helpful if we recognize this needs to be sort of a last look at it. Otherwise, every 2 years, we could be asked to look at it again. And at some point, we just need to save time and money and not have staff have to do, sort of go through extra motions because we are at a point where we have a good plan that's workable and good enough, and we need to just stand by our convictions. So from a process standpoint, this would be a staff engineering effort, as I understand it. So I would think we might want to specify that it would not involve public input or public hearings. partly because we've all seen what happens to staff when we invite public hearings and scrutiny in ways that are unnecessary. So I don't know that we need to torment staff with further public process when we're asking them to do a scientific inquiry. I think that they could do the presentations to council and to OSBT and RAB that don't involve public hearings. So I would ask that we be kind to staff and not require that. I think we need to define what is a thorough look. And if this is coming to Sam and I just think that all of City Council should weigh in on what is this. I don't know if it's a not a 5 or what we're doing here on that, but I think we should define it pretty thoroughly so Sam and I aren't spinning our wheels in the subcommittee process group. Also, I think that there was mentioned in OSBT's ask that we involve and incorporate sort of citizen volunteers. I don't think that that would be an appropriate thing to ask of staff, or to have sort of extraneous people who are not staff experts working on this project. So I would be clear on that. And then again, it sounds like OSBT doesn't think that what we did in 2018 was thorough. So what does thorough mean? What are we asking staff to do? I assume that we don't want them to continue to study something beyond 40 hours, or when they hit like a real hard stop bump in the road. So if they get to something and it's not going to be permittable, or it's going to be $70 million extra or whatever the the lines that can't be crossed are, then they know that they can stop there. And then again, I just don't think that we want to have like a kind of loosey-goosey go and meet with OSBT and do whatever. I think it should be City Council who's saying what it is that we're asking staff to study. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. We've got Junie and then Bob. Junie?
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, I want to thank staff as well for the wonderful work that they do. And it's unfortunate that we have to remind our own community members how to express themselves, but we're not in the business of censorship. People should be able to express themselves. But I think as well, when I think about it, is that staff get direction from council members and also from the city manager. So sometimes when I hear people being critical of staff, I'm thinking that maybe they just don't understand that, staff is really getting direction from the rest of council. So it's not like they just get to make that decision on their own. So have a little bit more patience and kindness toward them while you are being expressive and democratic. I think I wanted to add when it comes to having the hybrid track, and I really appreciate the fact that Sam brought this forward. As a new member of this council, I was thinking I've had the opportunity to speak with members of OSBT and also other community members, and I was also concerned with issues of transparency, even as a new council member and someone who's fully supports moving forward with variant 100. But at the same time, I was worried because my understanding that they didn't get all the information from the utilities department in enough time to give their feedback. So I think this is really great. The fact that we can keep pushing forward with the variant 100, but also allowing the OSBT to be part of this process. So I think that's great to have that and to show that the community, that we are transparent in the work that we do, and we're not just pushing one set of values, but we have looked into all the different processes and we're still open till this day. So I think that is great that that was brought forward. And I think another thing I wanted to mention, I know some community members during the open comment said something along the line that, similar to until we protect all community members, we should not protect some because, we live in there's a lot of areas around Boulder where there is flooding, so why protect this area? And I think that's a bit of a fallacy. We still have to do what we can to protect some people until we have the resources to protect all. So I'm glad that we're moving forward, and I'm really, I think what Sam brought forward is a real compromise, and I support it fully.
Thank you, Junie. Bob?
I think everyone's spoken, and it sounds like we've got some alignment here. So let me take a crack at a motion. I jotted something down here and see if I got it right. So there's two parts to this motion. I move that council adopt the variant 100-year flood protection alternative as the basis of design and permitting for the South Boulder Creek flood mitigation project. And I further move that council instruct city staff to, in parallel, analyze whether the upstream model identified by the Open Space Board of Trustees at its meeting on June 3 would improve flood mitigation effectiveness, reduce costs, decrease environmental impacts, or increase the likelihood of receiving applicable permits and permissions as compared to the variant 100-year model, and to report these findings to council in the next few months, provided that any such analysis of the upstream model by city staff not delay or otherwise impede staff's work in furtherance of the variant 100-year model.
I will second that.
Very good. We have a motion and a second, and then I have Mary's hand up.
Never mind. What I was going to bring up, Bob addressed in the motion.
Very good. Thank you. And then I've got Adam and Rachel.
Well, I know what Rachel's going to say already, but what is a few months? That part is probably important that we clarify a little bit.
So I'll just make a quick comment, just to colloquy on that. I think before we should do anything, we should hear from staff, because I don't know that we can sit here on the virtual dais and know that. So I guess just FYI, I think that we need at least to get staff time to digest this and to come back to us with some kind of estimate and parameters so that we can then give them direction. But anyway, that's just a feedback to what you said specifically, Adam. I don't know if we can have more resolution tonight than what Bob put in the motion.
That's a fair point, Sam, but I do agree with trying to figure out to some exactness what we're ended up with the second part of the proposal Bob put on the table.
Sure. Rachel?
Yeah, thanks for that, Adam. I think that OSBT was, very detailed in their motion. And I think if we are silent, then we are sort of implicitly agreeing to some of the terms that I wouldn't agree to in that motion, such as the, citizen volunteer. So I just think we need to be a little bit more careful and articulate in what we are asking staff to do. Because I don't know if Joe and Brandon are going to go meet with OSBT and do whatever they're asked, or it just seems that we need some structure around what we're asking staff to do. And I'm hearing you that you want to talk to staff, and maybe Joe and Brandon could weigh in on it now, what might be helpful for them.
And one of my thoughts here, just to colloquy on that, was that would be something that we would hand to the subcommittee to work with staff to define, so that staff would have at least a chance to think about it and to give us some feedback once they've done that. So a thought would be, if council's comfortable with that, to make that further definition beyond what Bob said, kind of the purview of the process subcommittee and the staff and the boards themselves, and to see if we can move on that. So, Aaron, I have your hand up.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I trust the two of you to navigate the next steps in this process, and I think where it's to stay within the kind of the framework that we've talked about, like with Rachel, some of those guardrails that you've talked about, with the kind of rough number of hours that Joe and then Sam echoed in terms of scope. So I think if you keep it to that kind of a scope, and I'm certainly willing to let the two of you, take it from here.
Okay, so I have no more hands up at this point, and we have a motion and a second. So this is kind of last call. I think the motion's pretty clear, and I think if we all understand it to be that the process subcommittee would add definition, we can bring that definition back to council for final approval once the process subcommittee has had a chance to work with staff and the boards, and we can come back to council to make sure that we're not kind of running open loop, and that we're giving you a report, and then you can give us direction as a council if we need more. Okay, so with a motion and a second, I think we're ready for a vote, unless somebody has some last words they want to say. Okay, seeing none, then I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion that Bob made and Mark seconded, raise your hand so that I can see it on camera. Very good. Any opposed? I don't see any, so that's a unanimous decision to move forward with variant 100 as the plan of record, and to, in parallel, do some work with the Open Space Board and RAB and the process subcommittee to define what that parallel track looks like. So I want to thank all of council. I want to thank, of course, staff again, and the public for working with us on this. I'm sure that we will hear more feedback as we go forward, but this is a big milestone. And I do think this council has focused on the balance between the critical first line responsibility of council, which is life safety, public health and safety, and also being true to the rest of our values. So thank you all for that. Thank you to the public and to the rest of staff. With that, Debbie, I think we're ready for the next agenda item.
All right, we're moving on to matters for the city manager. And the item is a motion to call special meetings on Tuesday, July 28th and Tuesday, August 11th.
Yeah, we have matters scheduled both of those nights that require a public hearing and direction from City Council. So on the 28th of July, we will be taking the call up of Celestial Seasonings, and on August 11th, we have prairie dog discussion. So we need a special meeting on both of those.
Thank you. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Very good. We have a motion and a second to call special meetings on July 28th and August 11th, both at 6 p.m. Does anyone object to this? Okay, very good. That's approved unanimously.
All right.
Debbie?
The next item is matters from the city attorney, I believe. Update on the Excel settlement discussions.
And I have a little PowerPoint presentation, if we could bring that up. This will be a brief presentation on where we are in our discussions with Excel and our community engagement. Do we have the PowerPoint?
We do, Tom. I'm pulling it up for you now.
Thanks, Chris. It just takes, there we go. So we have been meeting with Excel since April 20th. By we, I mean staff. For the most part, there have been 15 meetings from April 20th through this Friday, June 19th, or there'll be 15 meetings. Bob and Sam and Alice Jackson have attended 4 of those meetings thus far. Since April 17th, there have also been additional internal meetings 1 to 2 times per week for planning or debriefing. We have 2 weekly meetings, 2 meetings a week started on May 25th. We have three meetings with Excel scheduled this week, and the schedule going forward is to have 2 to 3 meetings per week. Community engagement, we've been listening to the community's ideas about how we should resolve this, or if we should resolve this with Excel. We have 4 meetings that have been scheduled to have been held already. We have 2 more upcoming. The 2 upcoming are Monday, June 22nd and Wednesday, June 24th. June 22nd is specifically focused at Boulder businesses. So it's hard to summarize the diverse and really interesting community comment that we've gotten thus far. To take it at a very high level, the community has expressed their concerns about making sure that Xcel and the city meets their climate goals, that any deal include a 5-year opt-out. And if there's an opt-out, that municipalization should be more certain, that any agreement that we have should be enforceable, and that there be greater local control. So there are 5 key elements or 6 key elements that we've been working on. It's important to emphasize that nothing has been agreed to yet between city staff and Xcel. We want to hear what the community thinks, and we're still working through all of this. But as I said, there are these 6 general areas, and I'll describe them individually. First, it's important that the city understands how Xcel will achieve the state mandated carbon reduction goals. Xcel is required to submit to the State Public Utilities Commission early next year its plan to reduce electricity generated carbon by 80% from the 2005 emission levels, and to achieve this goal by 2030. In addition to this planned filing, Xcel has shared with city staff under a non-disclosure agreement some paths by which it may be able to achieve this carbon reduction. Any potential settlement between the city and Xcel will need to reiterate Xcel's commitment to filing a carbon reduction plan with the PUC early next year, and to fully implement that plan after the PUC approves it. Second, it's important to the city that we have greater input into our local electric grid modernization in Boulder. If we were to acquire Xcel's local distribution network, the city would have complete control over local distribution planning, which would be a significant driver of grid liability and resilience. While such complete control is not achievable if Xcel retains the network, a potential settlement should lay out what input the city will have in distribution planning in the future. This could include both specifically identified projects and pilots, as well as process for the parties to regularly convene to determine new opportunities for planning, experimentation, and collaboration. Third, one of the 3 R's that we've talked about is reliability. And one of the many keys to reliability is having our local electric distribution lines underground, where they can be protected from wind, ice, and snow, resulting in fewer outages and greater safety. About half the electric distribution lines in Boulder are still aerial. Before the municipalization effort started, we were gradually undergrounding them mile by mile, with about $1 million of funding per year from Xcel under the terms of a franchise agreement. When that last franchise agreement was not renewed in 2010, the financial support for undergrounding of the aerial lines ended. In any potential settlement arrangement, we're probably going to ask Xcel to catch up on the undergrounding that hasn't been done over the last 10 years, and to continue undergrounding in the future. In addition to funding for undergrounding of lines, the city will want to have greater say over which lines have the highest priority for undergrounding, which can be part of the distribution planning partnership that we just mentioned. Fourth, any new agreement between the city and Xcel should include the sharing of information by Xcel, so that distribution planning can be the most effective at maximizing the use of renewables. Data is also important to informing whether we are meeting our goals. This data could include things like peak utilization, usage by segment, and customer participation in the renewable energy programs, to name a few. Fifth, we expect the settlement will include a 20-year franchise agreement to replace the one that the city allowed to expire at the end of 2010. A franchise agreement is subject to voter approval under our city charter. While the community may accept a new franchise agreement as part of a settlement arrangement, we will undoubtedly want the city to have the right to terminate the franchise if the community feels that our expectations are not being met. Therefore, we believe that it would be appropriate for any new franchise agreement to include a right by the city to terminate every 5 years at the city's discretion, either through a vote of city council or a vote of the people. So, for example, in 2025, our community would have the right to decide whether to continue the settled arrangement or to terminate the franchise agreement and potentially resume the city's acquisition of Xcel's local distribution network. Sixth, and finally, so that the city's 5-year termination right has value, the party should endeavor to preserve the legal engineering status quo. The city has made good progress over the last few years towards its acquisition of the local distribution network, particularly in obtaining favorable rulings from the State Public Utilities Commission and identifying which assets can be acquired and how they will be separated from the rest of Xcel's network. We don't want to lose any of that. So the parties will need to come to terms on how to preserve the legal and engineering work that has been accomplished thus far. That way, if the city decided to terminate the franchise agreement in 2025 to resume the municipalization effort, the city could pick up where it is today or close to it. These are the areas that we've identified and the areas that we're working on. Obviously, we are still listening to the community and working to get the best deal we can possible for the city before we bring it back to council. I'm scheduled to continue doing these updates from time to time for council. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I just wanted to note one thing. There has been some confusion in the community about the roles that Sam and Bob are playing. I thought it was pretty clear when council decided the two council members should be invited. From a staff perspective, it is incredibly helpful to have council members as part of this discussion. It gives council members are closer to what other council members are thinking and closer to the community as elected officials, the community that they represent. We bounce ideas off of Sam and Bob and get a sense. This will ultimately save us time in the long run by just steering us towards things that they believe will be acceptable to their other colleagues and acceptable to the community, and steering us away from things that won't. So I really appreciate their effort. But as you can see from the meeting list, this is a staff-driven project. Sam and Bob are consulting and incredibly valuable to us as part of this project, but the staff is actually leading this. And with that, I'm finished with my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Tom. I see a hand from Adam.
Thank you, Sam. I had one quick question in regards to the right to terminate franchise. Could the community do that at any time via a ballot initiative, or is that literally only every 5 years?
It's a contract right that we negotiate. If the community approves the franchise, it's limited to the times in the franchise. Under state law, you're allowed to terminate at the 10 and 15-year mark. It would be a concession on Excel's part to agree to a franchise that had a 5-year out.
Gotcha, but there's no chance of anything in between?
No. Well, it's unlikely. We can always ask, but I would say that I would expect it was a heavy lift to get the 5 years.
Sure, that's a negotiating point. It's not like anyone can just come out any given year with a ballot initiative that says we in the franchise agreement, it wouldn't be allowed, correct?
No, that would interfere with the contract.
Got it. Perfect.
Okay, and then I have Mark.
Just a quick question, Tom. Has there been any discussion of what happens if community choice legislation makes its way into Colorado?
Yes.
That would impact our relationship?
Yes. There has been much discussion of that, Mark.
I will let it go at that.
We have not reached any common ground on it, but it's certainly something both sides are very interested in and have perhaps differing views on.
Okay. Go get them.
We're working on it.
Okay, I see no other questions, so thank you, Tom, for that update. And that brings us to the end of our agenda. I would turn to council to see if you have any feedback on how the meeting went or anything else we need to think about.
Well, if I can just chime in here, I just want to thank council for working together productively on one of the thorniest problems that we've been working on as a community in the last few years. So really appreciate the discussion and the collaboration tonight.
Very good.
I have a new hand too.
Yeah, Adam, you have a hand up. Great.
Yep. I just want to take a minute and thank all of council, all of city staff. This is the 6-month mark of this new council, and we're about to go into recess, which is a pretty, interesting but welcome 2-week break. It's really been a pleasure to work with everybody. There's nobody on the council or the staff that you can't go talk to about an issue, you can't, work through a problem with. And while we have varying views and, ideas about what the city should be necessarily, everyone is really, really trying their best. And it's really cool to see people so committed to the work and the city and at every level. And I really, really just have appreciated the last 6 months. And I wanted to say that, especially since we don't get to see each other in person anymore. That was a really valuable thing to me. And doing this is a lot different than that. So I just want you to know, I really welcome when we get to be back in the room together and see each other and have these conversations face to face. So thank you, everybody.
Great.
And I just want to say that I really miss Chicken Tuesdays.
And Mark, I have your hand up.
Yeah, and I miss 4-hour meetings.
That's all my fault.
But maybe we will get back to that someday in the future. I wanted to second what Adam said. You know, we do have different views. We come at these issues from different places, but we have dealt with each other cordially, respectfully, and you really couldn't ask for much more. I'm just very pleased with all the members of council and how we've dealt with each other, and the, you know, the degree to which we have tried to accommodate each other and, you know, come to some consensus on difficult issues. So I'm with Adam on this one.
Thank you, Mark. Anyone else? Mary?
Yeah, just real quickly, I wanted to echo what everybody has said so far, but I also wanted to add that this 6 months, Adam, have been extraordinarily challenging. It is by far the hardest year that I have had on council. I mean, just what we're going through, just the chaos in the world is both good and very difficult. So anyway, just wanted to put that out there so that if anybody's feeling stressed out, you're not the only one.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Rachel, did I see your hand up? And I do see Aaron's.
You did not. I would agree. It's been it's been a hell of a 6 months, though. I've also enjoyed working with everyone, and I will be around over, you know, the recess. So maybe there's in real life, you know, West Pearl meetups.
Very good, Aaron.
Yeah, so I really appreciate, Adam, what you said, and I really agree with everything you're saying about how well we're working together. And Mary, in the most difficult of times, I think every month of this year has been longer than my previous year, any previous year of mine on council. But all that being said, I'm still going to be glad to not be spending Tuesday night with you all for a couple weeks. So enjoy the time off.
Yeah, and thank you all for all the hard work you've each put in. You know, any new council has to learn how to operate, and with 4 new members, we've had to really get to know each other pretty quickly, and we were thrown right into the fire for sure with the challenges we've been facing. I want to turn to staff as well and say thank you. As hard as it's been for us, it's probably harder on staff.